On C++ programming tutorial for absolute beginners. The goal of this course is to provide you the working knowledge of C++. We will start with the basics, including syntax, operators, loops, and functions. I will explain how to use the data structures and create your own functions. I will show you the details of powerful object and template systems so you can create useful classes and objects. Finally, we will cover the unique and powerful standard template library, or as we say STL, which provides you some of the most flexible containers classes available anywhere. C++ is not just a powerful programming language. It's also the basics of many other popular languages. So this knowledge will serve you well even when you are not using C++. So let's get started with C++ programming for absolute beginners. Hello guys, welcome to this course on C++ programming tutorial for beginners. Now, first question you may ask yourself is, what is C++? So C++ is a compiled object-oriented programming language. So C++ is a compiled, what is meant by compiled language? Compiled means when you write your C++ program, you need to convert this program into a executable file, and that's what this compiler will do. And object oriented, this we will see in the later videos what is object oriented means in C++ and how we can use this object oriented nature of C++. So that's for a later video we will see. Okay, now C++ is a successor of C, and C was a procedural language. So C was not an object-oriented programming language, but when C++ was written, it's written as a superset of C, and it has the features of object-oriented programming. Okay, so this operator plus was added to C++, and this indicates that is a successor operator of C. Okay, so these two plus in front of C indicate that it's a successor operator. Okay, now C was derived from a language called B, which was in turn derived from BCPL in that time. Now in early 70s, a scientist called Dennis Ritchie has invented the C language, or has developed this C language. And in early 80s, a scientist called Bronier Stroup of AT&T Bell Labs has invented or developed the C++ version of C. Okay, now most of the C is a superset of C++. So if you know C, you may find some of the keywords which are also used in C++. Okay, now why do we care about learning C? Now why do we care about learning C++? So video games are one of the most common example of C++ programming. Computer games on PC are almost guaranteed to have some of the code or all the code written in C. Okay, so if you want to become a game developer, you may want to learn C. So if you want to become a game developer, you may want to learn C++. Okay, and because it's a common and because of the common connection to C, C++ is also commonly used in embedded programs as well. Now, if you don't know what are embedded programs are the programs which are written to program microcontrollers or microprocessors, and as we all know, they are the integral part of robotics or machines. So if you want to become a robot programmer or embedded programming developer, you may want to learn C++. Okay, now to edit or to write a C++ program, you want to have a software called IDE. And IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. And an IDE is a full suite for software development. So typically this IDE comes with a text editor and a compiler and a debugger. Text editor is where you will write your code. Compiler is a tool which will convert your software into an executable file. And a debugger will help you to find bugs if you have some bugs in your code. Okay, so the text editor are the main component, as they offer functionality like syntax highlighting, project management, and source control integration, etc. Okay, and remember, an IDE is not a compiler, but most IDE will come with a compiler. Okay, now we are going to download IDE called CodeBlocks, which comes with the compiler called GCC. So let's see how we can download this CodeBlocks IDE and how we can write our first C++ program in this CodeBlocks IDE. So just open your favorite browser and search for CodeBlocks. Okay, and the first link most probably will come here, will be from codeblocks.org. So click this link, and from this codeblocks.org you can see why I'm insisting on using CodeBlocks, because it's an open source cross-platform free C++, C and Fortran IDE. So it's an open source, so it's free to use, and it's a cross-platform IDE. Cross-platform means you can use it on your Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. So it's available for all the OS versions which are popular in use. Okay, now to download this CodeBlocks IDE, you need to go to this download section here, and in this download section you may want to click this first option, which is download the binary release. Okay, so click this first option, and in here there are different versions of this CodeBlocks IDE available here. So for Windows, you can see there are 3 versions available. One is CodeBlocks 13.12. At the time of making this video, 13.12 is the latest version of CodeBlocks IDE. And second is the CodeBlocks IDE with MinGW setup. And we want to download this binary file. Why? Because it comes with the compiler. MinGW is a compiler to compile your C++ program, and when we download this version, it will come with the compiler, so we don't have to exclusively download this compiler to add with your IDE. So choose the second option, which is CodeBlocks with MinGW setup, and you can download it from sourceforge.net or this Burley OS. So I'm going to click this sourceforge.net link here, and it's going to start download in few seconds. Okay, so you can just save this executable file anywhere where you want, and once this file is downloaded, it's not a big file. It will take around 1 or 2 minutes to download, and once it's downloaded, you just need to run this executable file in order to install this IDE. Okay, so it's not a rocket science to install it. You just need to click some next button and it will be installed. And once it's installed, you can find this IDE under your program files x86 folder in your C folder. So here is CodeBlocks IDE. And inside this, you may observe that this folder is there, which is min.gv, and this min.gw will help us to compile our program. And this CodeBlocks is coming with this min.gv compiler, so we don't need any extra compiler for our needs. Okay, so once everything is done, so once CodeBlocks is installed, you can just click this icon on your desktop, CodeBlocks, and it's going to open CodeBlocks IDE. And for the first time, when you open this CodeBlocks IDE, it's going to give you the interface like this. Now, in order to create your first C++ program, you need to go to File and go to New and go to Project. So you want to create a new project. And in here, you will see different kind of project which you can develop with C++. Okay, and one we want to develop is this one, which is a console application. So select this console application and click Go, and then click Next. And in here, you may want to choose C++ because we want to develop C++ program. Okay, so choose C++, click Next, and in here you need to give your project name, for example test cpp, and then click Next, and leave all the settings as default in this section and click Finish. Okay, so this is going to create a project for you, and inside this project you will find a source folder, and inside the source folder you will be able to see this file called main.cpp. Now what this code is and how it works, we are going to discuss in the next video, but let's see how we can save this program and compile this program and run this program. So first of all, to compile this program, you may want to save this first. Okay, so just click this save icon here, and then you can just right click on your project and you can build it. So just select this option called build here. Okay, and this is going to compile your program. One more option to build your program is clicking this icon here. Okay, so this icon will build your program. So I'm going to click this icon and it's going to build my program, and the build result will come in this console here. Okay, so if your program has some bugs or errors, it will show you the details of the bugs here. But right now my program has 0 errors, 0 warnings, right? So I can run my program. So after building my program, I want to run it. So for running this, we want to click this green arrow button here. So I'm going to click this and it's going to run my program, and I can see this hello world printed here. And what this program is doing and the program structure of this program and how this program works, we will see in the next video. So in this way, you can download and install CodeBlocks IDE. I hope you have enjoyed this video.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I have shown you how you can download and install CodeBlocks IDE to develop your C++ programs, and I have also shown you how to create your first C++ program, and you have seen that CodeBlocks has automatically generated this code for us. Okay, now in this video I will explain what this code does. So line by line I will explain what is the meaning of each and every line of this code, so you will be able to understand what is what and why it is important to write this lines of code. So we will start with the first line, The first line starts with this hash include, and it includes this file. So this hash include in C++ is called a preprocessor directive, and what it does is it includes the predefined header file. So think this as a file which is already present in C++, and this file is included by writing hash include. And whenever you write or whenever you want to include some file, you include it in these greater than and less than sign like this. Okay, so the first line means include a preprocessor directive. So this is a preprocessor directive, and this preprocessor directive include this file which is already present in your C++ program. So this is by default. Okay, and when you include this, this will include the header file, and what this header file will contain, this header file will contain some function which will be useful for us to develop our code. Okay, now we come to the next line. So this line using namespace standard says C++ that we are going to use the standard library to do our work. For example, this C out here belongs to the standard library. Okay, so what these two line means is, first line is to include the file. Okay, and this line says there is somewhere std class or std namespace in this file, and so include this namespace std from this file. Okay, and we are going to use some function from this namespace which are present in this file to perform our code. Okay, now in the next line this int main function is declared. So every C++ program has one and only one main function, and this main function tells C++ that from here you need to start your program. Okay, so the main is the main entry point of the C++ program to execute. And if you see here, there is int written before this main function. So this int shows what kind of return it is expecting, right? So int main is a function, and every function start with this curly bracket and end with this closing curly bracket. Okay, so whenever you write a function, start with this curly bracket and close with this curly bracket. So C++ knows that this is a function, and C++ always start with a main function, right? And what this int mean, that it's expecting an integer to return. So you can see here we are returning 0, which is an integer, when our program is successfully compiled and run. Okay, so 0, it is a default value for success. So whenever you write 0 and your program reaches here, that means C++ knows that the execution of your program is successful, right? That's why we are returning 0. And for now, just take it as a convention that you need to return 0 at the very end of your main function. And because we are returning an integer here, this will be integer, right? And now we come to this line. So what this line does is, this line prints a string which is written after this greater than sign. Okay, so cout is present, or cout is a function or an object in this IOStream file. And what is the function of the cout is to output whatever is written after this greater than sign. Okay, so this two greater than signs or symbol means, or this greater than symbol are called insertion operators. Okay, so this whatever you write after this in double quotes will be printed as an output on your terminal when you run your program. And once again you have this insertion operator, and then you have this ENDL. This ENDL means end line. So this code tells, and this is used with cout. So if you write cout, then only you can write ENDL. Okay, so this line will, or this code will tell your cout function that you need to change the line after you see this ENDL. Okay, so once again I will compile my code. I will go to build and I will click build, and my program is built successfully, right? And now I will run my program, and you can see hello world is written here. Okay, and now for example I will just copy this code and paste it once again. Then you see what happens. Once again I will save my code and build it once again, and once this is built I am going to write it. So 0 error, 0 warning. I'll run my code, and you can see there is hello world printed 2 times because I have written 2 times cout hello world ENDL. Now to show the use of this ENDL, I'm going to exclude this ENDL from the first line. Okay, and in the second line I will leave it as it is. Once again I will save my code and build the code once again. 0 error, 0 warning, run it, and now you see here without ENDL your line is not changed. So hello world is preceded by second hello world. So that is the use of ENDL, end the line. Okay, so that whatever you want to print in the next line you can write ENDL, and then it will print to the next line. You can also change line, or you can also go to the next line by using some other function or some other code also, which is like this. So you can write /n, and /n is read as one letter, and it says the code to change the line. So this means new line. Okay, and this will also work in the same manner as this ENDL works. So I will once again save it, and I will build my program once again. And first of all, I will close this running program, save, build, and when the build successful, run it. And you can see this /n is also performing the same task as ENDL. Okay, and now this program is running. I want to show you some more basic things when you start your programming. One most important thing is the comments. So whenever you write your program, and generally when you write your program, you should write some comments so that other user can understand your program. So for example, at the top of this line include, which is a preprocessor, I will give two slashes which will tell our code that do not perform whatever I write from after these two backslashes. So whatever I write, I can write program to show hello world, and this line will not be executed by the code because this two slashes tells C++ not to perform this line. Okay, so comment this line after two slashes is called comment, and this comments you can use to explain your code to the other user, whoever is reading your code. This makes your code readable. Okay, so this is one way to write comment. The other way is to write comment is you can just write this star. First of all, start with this slash star, and then once again the star, and then once again this slash. Okay, so whatever you write in between this slash star star slash is also be taken as not to execute. Okay, so there are two ways to comment in your code. One is slash slash as one, and the other is this slash star star slash. Okay, so in this way you can make your code more readable. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you about variables. So what is a variable, or what are variables? Variables are the placeholder for some data. So for example, you want to hold some value inside some variable. How you can do it, I will tell you right now. So this is our basic program which we have written last time, and how you can declare a variable. For example, you want to declare a variable of data type integer. So just declare the data type of variable first. Just write int for declaring integer, and then declare the name of the variable. So in our case, we can name our variable as x, for example, and then you can just give a semicolon, and this is the declaration of the variable. The another way of declaring variable is to initialize the variable with a value. So the way you can initialize the value or variable with a value is just write the name of the variable and just write equal to, and just give some value to it, for example 9, and just give semicolon here. Or you can initialize your variable at the time of declaration, like here at the top. Just give equal to here and just give the value of the variable. So this and this declaration is same, there is no difference. So you can either initialize your variable like this, or you can initialize your variable like this. Okay, or you can, if you have to initialize multiple variable, is there is there are two ways to declare those variables. So for example, I want to declare second variable, so I will write int y or z is equal to 10 and just close it with semicolon. So this is second variable in the second line. Or you can declare this variable, second variable, by a comma and just write z equal to 10. So this and this declaration is also same. So in this way you can declare variables. So if you want to declare multiple variable, you can just give a comma and declare multiple variables also. Okay, and initialization you can do it like this. Now there are some basic type of variables. There are so many types of variable that this page, or this whole page will not be able to show all the types of variable. You can define your variables also, but the few basic variable I'm going to talk about here. So first variable data type is int, which is very basic type of variable. You can declare char, which holds the character. So I will name my char variable as chr, for example, is equal to, it holds a single character, right? So just give the single quote and then colon, and it can hold a or b or c, just a single character. So this is another type of variable called char, and by the name itself it shows that it can hold a character, but only a single character. It can be one or two, it doesn't matter, but it just has to be one byte. Okay, the third type of variable you can declare is bool, and you can give your name as bl is equal to true or false. Okay, so you can initialize, or you can give the value to the bool variable as true or false. Okay, so you can just write true here or false here, and then it will be initialized. Or you can give 0 or 1. So 0 for false and 1 for true. So you can declare this variable as true or false, or 1 or 2 also. Okay, so true. Okay, now the fourth type of variable, there are list of variable you can declare, but this is also a very important variable data type, which is called float. And this, what will it do is, let me declare first, it will contain decimal point values. So for example, you want to define 6.32, then the full float will come handy. So what is the difference between integer and float values? Integer, you can just define the whole values, not points or anything else. And the float value will hold the decimal points also. Okay. And there is one more type of variable called double, and with this double you can hold even much more decimal values than float. So you can say that double is a big brother of this float. Okay, so you can declare, if you have a very big value you can hold it in double, or if you have a small floating point value then you can use float. So these are some of the basic variables you can declare. Now I will show you how you can use these variables. Okay, so for example I have these two integer which have some values, and for example I want to show the sum of these two variables. So I will declare a third variable called sum, and I will say just semicolon and sum equal to x plus z. Okay, and what this will do is it will see what is the value of x, which is 9, and what is the value of z, which is 10, and then it will add these two values and place it into a new variable called sum. And let's print this value now. So I will write cout and then this insertion, and then I will say the sum is and then once more this insertion, and then say sum, and once more insertion operator, and I will end the line. So I will say endl. Okay, so what this will print is, it will print the sum is, and let me add equal to, is equal to the sum, which is 99 plus 10, right? So let's build our program, just build it, and I will run it, and you can see the sum is 19 here. Okay, you can change the value here, for example 56576 or some value here, and build it and run the program, and it will show the sum. In the same way, if you want to subtract the values, you can say subtract is equal to, but you need to declare it with a data type, and you can say x minus z. Okay, so this will hold the subtraction of x minus y. So this will minus x, which is 4847 minus 576, and once again if you want to show the subtraction, you can say the subtraction is, just copy this variable and place it here. And I think the spelling is wrong here, but who cares? Just build your program and run the program, and now you can see the sum and the subtraction of your x and y. So in this way you can use variable to hold the values, right? So variables are very basic concepts in C++, and you need to know what are variable in order to learn further in C++. Hello guys, in the last video I have told you about basics of variables, and I have also shown you how to declare the variable and how to use variable. And in this video I am going to show you how you can use those variable more efficiently, and we are going to make a simple calculator using these variable concepts. So if you have watched the last video, you may ask that if you want to initialize these value, for example this and this, why do we even declared x and z here? We can directly, we would have, or we could have written this and this, and it will be the same, right? So why do we even declare these variables if we can do it like this? So let me give you an example of the simple calculator, and you will be able to understand why we have declared these variables. So in this video I'm going to show you how user can enter their values, and these values will not be constant. User will be able to decide what values he want to add and subtract. Okay, so let me edit this first, and then I will show you the example. So in the first line I have declared two variables x and z, and then second line I will write cout insertion operator, and I will say please enter first number equal to, okay, and I will say and L, and in the second line I will write C in. I haven't told you about earlier the C in. So what this C in does, it takes input from the user. So cout prints output, as the name suggests. Out means output and in means take the input. Okay, and here I will say this C in insertion operator X. So whatever user will enter the value, it will be placed, or it will be contained in the variable X. Okay, in the same way I will just copy it and paste it below, and I will say sorry, so I will say please enter the second number, and this time we will hold the second number in the variable z. Okay, and now once we have those two values which is entered by the user, we can subtract it, or we can just sum it. Sum is equal to x plus y, it's x plus y or x plus z, sorry, and you can make the product also. So you can write int product is equal to x multiplied. So how you write expression for multiplication, just give this asterisk here, this asterisk, and just say set. So this asterisk or star will multiply these two variables. So we don't write x into x, or so we can write x star or asterisk z to multiply. And in the same way we can divide these two numbers. But the division, when you divide two numbers, it can be a float value or it can be a decimal value. So in this time for division we are going to declare float because it can be decimal value, and we can say divide is equal to x and this backslash z. Okay, and now we are going to print these values. So we already have sum and the subtraction. I'm going to just copy it and paste it here and just add it these values. So I will say multiplication is, and division is this. Okay, so this is our whole program. Okay, I will make it a little bit smaller so you can see, and this will act as a simple calculator when the user enters first and second number. Let's build our program. Build, and hopefully there is no error. Yes, there is no error. And now we are going to run this. So just click this green button, and it says please enter the first number, which is this line it's printing. So I will enter the first number as 45, and I will press enter, and now it says please enter the second number. So I will enter the second value, which is going to be 34 for example, and I will press enter, and now you can see the sum is 79. 45 plus 34 is 79. The difference or subtraction is 11. 45 minus 34 is 11. The multiplication is 45 into 34, and the division is more interesting. Is division is it always when you use this slash or symbol or divide symbol here, it will always divide the values and it will not show you the remainder. Okay, so it will only show whatever is the multiple. So 34 you can only divide it by 1, and there it will be a remainder, and remainder will be I think 11, right? So 1 point something it's not showing because this only shows the whole values. Okay, and if you want to show the remainder, let me show you how you can do it. So first of all, let me show you the calculation. So when you divide 45 by 34, you divide it once, so this is 1 times, and you have the remainder 11, right? So right now it's showing 1 because 35 times 1 is equal to 34. 34 times 1 is equal to 34, and remainder is 11. Now if you want to show the remainder, you can just write int remainder is equal to x, and then you need to give this percentage sign and then z, and this expression will show you the remainder. Okay, so once again I will just copy this and paste it, and I will say this remainder I will show it here, which should be, if you enter 45 and 34 once again, then remainder should be 11, right? So I will build my program and run it once again. Enter first number. Once again I'm going to enter 45 and 34, and you can see this time the remainder is 11. So this will show you the multiple and this will show you the remainder. Okay, so in this way you can use this slash symbol and this percentage symbol. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to create a basic simple calculator using C++, and you have seen and I have shown you how to do addition, subtraction, multiplication. For multiplication you use this asterisk sign. For division it's a little bit twisty concept because this will give you the division value and this modulus will give you the remainder value. So if you have not understood these division concept, just go to the last video and see it. Now in this video I'm going to talk to you further about this basic arithmetic, And what I'm going to do is I will declare this int x here, and I am just simply printing it. So insertion operator x and semicolon. And for example, now you have little bit complex calculation. So for example, you have 10 into 20 plus 30 divided by 40 and minus 50. So for the first time when you see it, it will still calculates or the value of x, but when the other user or you yourself will see this calculation, it looks little bit complex and you will not be able to understand it by seeing it for the first time. You need to think that this will happen first. So if you have remember the concept in the school, this concept was called PEMDAS, which means the sequence of the calculation will be parenthesis, exponent, then the multiplication, division, addition and subtraction. So in the same, this is the same concept will be used here. First will happen the parenthesis, which we don't have right now, but and then happens the exponent, which also we don't have. Then happens the multiplication, so this will happen first, then will happen the division, then this will happen, then the addition, so that this will happen, and then the subtraction. So whatever value you will get, it will subtract 50 by this. But it's always a good practice to use parentheses so you yourself can understand by seeing this calculation at once. So for example, I will use parentheses here and parentheses here. So you know that yes, I have this value and I want to divide this value by this value. And to make it more simple, just give the parenthesis here also. So now whenever you see it, you know that yes, this will happen first, the multiplication of these two numbers will happen first, and then whatever the product is, it will be added to 30, and this will be the subtraction, whatever will be the result, and whatever will be the result of the numerator, it will be divided by this. Okay, and now when you build your program and run it, it will give you the answer. But yeah, it's always a good practice to use these parentheses in order to understand by yourself that what's going to happen. Otherwise you need to you know invest your mind, yes, this will happen or that will happen. So yeah, always use parentheses when you want to do this kind of lengthy calculations. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use if-else statement with your C++ program. If-else statements are also called conditional statement because we use if-else statement to check some conditions. For example, I want to check the age of a person. I can use if statement to check the age of a person using C++. So let's try to write the code for if condition. Just declare a variable called age, and then I will output some conditions. So I will say cout please enter the age, and then I will ask user to enter the age. So I will say cn age. Okay, Now in order to check whether the user has entered the right age, I will say if. So this is how you can declare if condition. If and with the bracket and then this curly bracket. And in this bracket you need to give some condition. So I will say if age is greater than 20, then I will print the statement that the age entered, the age is correct. Okay, I will just build the program and run it, and I will enter age 28, which is fulfilling my condition, which is greater than 20, and when I press enter, it shows me the message the age entered is correct. Now if I enter the age which is less than 20, then see what happens. 13 and press enter, then this message is not executed because this condition is not true. Now in order to catch other condition other than this condition which is there in if statement, we use else statement. And how we write else statement? Just like this. So in else statement this bracket doesn't come because there is no condition. It's just catching whatever this if is not fulfilling, or whatever condition this if is not fulfilling. So it doesn't require any bracket. So I will say in the else condition the age entered is not correct. Now when I run the program, and if this time I will enter the age which is less than 20, then it will go, the program will go here and we will see age is less than 20, so it's not greater than 20. Then it will go to else condition and print this message. Okay, so this is the sequence, and it says age entered is not correct, right, which is this statement. Now there are other conditions you can give in if statement. This is greater than condition. You can give for example equal to condition. So you can give equal to check the equality. So note here we are not giving 1 equal to sign, we are giving 2 equal to. When you give equal to, that means you are assigning some value, and when you write 2 equal to, that means you are checking the equality. Okay, so let's check. I will just build the program and run it, and when I enter age is equal to 20, which is the correct condition, and when I enter it, it says age is correct. Now you can also give greater than equal to, so it will check all the conditions of the age which is greater than equal to, greater than and equal to 20. So it will check all the values which are greater than 20 and equal to 20, right? In the same way, you can also check less than equal to. But always remember that equal to comes after these greater than or less than sign. You cannot write it like this, equal to greater than. This doesn't work. You need to write greater than and then equal to. Okay. Now you can also write smaller than with mm, which is which will check whether age is smaller than 20 or not. Okay, and the other conditions you can write is or condition. So if age is equal to 20, or, so we can check or condition with this pipe symbol. So 2 times this pipe symbol Just give it and just write or age is greater than 20. Okay, so this is just seeing whether the age is equal to 20 or so age is greater than 20. So if I enter the age is equal to 20, it will execute this statement, and or if I enter the age greater than 20, then also it will execute this statement, because we are executing OR condition. OR means this or this. Whatever condition is true, it will execute, right? So I will run the program and I will enter the age 20, which is true, and it says age is correct. Once again, I will enter the age 23, which is greater than 23, and then also it says age entered is correct. I think I need to build the program and then run it, and once again 23, and it says age entered is correct. Okay. In the same way, you can check AND condition. So for example, I will declare one more variable called int height. Okay, and I will tell the user to enter the height also. Okay, please enter the height, and I will just tell the user to enter the height also. So user will enter age and height, and then I will give AND condition, and I will say if age is equal to 20 and height is equal to 100 centimeters, then tell me this message or show me this message. Age entered is correct. Age and height entered is correct. Okay. Otherwise, age and height entered is not correct. So I will just save it and build the program. Here I forget equal to, double equal to, and see what happened. It's showing me the message, right? So just write double equal to here and build your program and run your program. And this time I will enter the age is equal to 20 and height is equal to 100, and it says age and height entered is correct. Or otherwise I will enter the wrong value, 25 or 45, and height is equal to 90, and you can see the age and height is not correct. Okay, so this AND statement checks whether this statement is true and this statement is true. So both statement has to be true in this AND condition, right? So I hope you have understood the concept of if conditional statement. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use if-else statement in C++. In this video I'm going to talk about second type of conditional statement, which is switch statement. So let's see how we can use switch statement in C++. So I'm going to take an example. First of all, I will declare a variable called character and I name it as grade, and then I will output a question to the user that please enter the grade, and I will close this and end the line. Okay, now I will wait for the user to input the grade. So I will say CIN, insertion operator, grade. Now on the basis of user defined grade or whatever user enters as a grade, I want to show some message. So let's see how I can do this with switch statement. So what is the declaration of the switch statement? So you need to write switch and then these parentheses, and then you need to give these curly braces. And in here, inside this curly braces, we are going to define some cases. Okay. But first of all, in this curly bracket, we provide the condition. Okay. So our condition is this grade. On the basis of this grade, we are going to decide the message we want to show, right? So in here, we write cases. So just write case. And because we are evaluating the character with grade, which is a character, and character we can write it as like this, right? So if user enters character A, then just give this colon. This is not a semicolon but a colon, right? So remember this, and then you can output your message. See out, and you can say excellent. Okay, and end the line. And in the same way, on the basis of grade entered, you can define different cases. But there is an optional break point in switch cases, which you can declare it like this, break. So what this does is, I will explain you in a moment, but I will copy this and paste it two or three times for different conditions. So if the grade is B, grade entered is B, you can say very good. And if the grade entered is C, you can show the message that you passed. Okay. And there is a one more important condition in switch cases that doesn't fulfill the provided condition. So what happens if the user doesn't provide A, B or C? What happens in the case user provides some random character? So what will happen then? So you can just deal with that random character by default. And what is a default? In any case other than the case listed above, you are going to show the message cout invalid entry. Okay, so the user knows that he has entered a wrong entry, right? And I will just close it and break. I'll provide break here. Okay, so now I will explain what's happening here. So what's happening here is, this is a switch statement. So this is a typo, I made it here. So switch statement decide on the basis of grade, on the condition you enter or user enters. So it sees whether user has entered A, B or C, and on the basis of the provided condition it decide what message he wants to print. Okay, so let's build the program and run the program. Program is building, and now let's run the program. And for example, I enter the grade A, so I should ideally see this message excellent. Let's see if I get it or not. I enter A as a grade and press enter, and programs shows me excellent. Once again I enter the grade B and press enter. It says very good. And once again, if I enter some random character, for example D, and press enter, it says me invalid entry because it's not fulfilling these listed condition in case, right? Now there is a unique property in switch cases that this break is optional, right? So for example, I give a new case here, case small a here, okay. So in the case of if the user enters small a, I'm not providing any condition or any break here, right? So now what happens in this condition? If I don't provide any break after my case, what happens is it goes to this condition if user enters small a, and then it sees that if the break is there and if he finds the break, it breaks the switch conditions and go out of this switch. Otherwise, if the break is not found in this case or in this condition, it goes to the next case and performs the condition here, so which is excellent, and then he sees yes, now I find break, so he goes out of this condition here. So when you enter or when the user enters this small a, this code will be executed, which is the immediate next case of the switch statement. So let me explain or let me show you by this example. I will build the example and run the program. And for example, I enter small a, and I will press enter. And you see the message comes here is excellent. And you can ask why this condition is executed other than this small a condition, because you haven't provided the break here. So if you don't provide break after your condition or after the case, it will go and execute the next code or next condition, okay. And when it sees that yeah, I get the break, then it goes out of the condition. So always remember that what do you want to do? You want to give the break or you want to execute the next condition also, okay. So this is the thing to remember in case, and always remember that you catch any exception other than cases by default, okay. So these are the two things to remember in switch cases. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to use switch cases in C++. Now in this video I'm going to talk to you about loops, and I'm going to show you how to use for loop in C++. That's the most basic type of loop in C++. So let's see how we can declare for loop and how we can use for loop. So for the declaration of for loop, the declaration syntax looks like this. So what you do is you write for and just give these two parentheses, and this for takes three parameters. First is the initialization, and then it is separated by semicolon. Second is the condition, and third is the increment, okay. And in these curly braces you provide the code you want to execute according to the condition which is met in the loop. So let's take an example. I'm going to declare a loop. So I will write here for and I will give these two brackets, and I will give these two curly braces, which is the basic syntax of for. Now I'm going to declare the initialization first. So for example, I will take integer int I is equal to 1, then I will separate it by semicolon, then I will give the condition. So for example, I want to give the condition loop till my condition reaches 10, for example. So I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, and then the third condition is the increment. So I will give semicolon once again, and I will should say I plus plus. So this means that we are incrementing I by 1. This is just like saying that I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, so this is this and this is same. So we are incrementing I by 1 every time it sees the condition. Oh, it's less than 10 still. It increased the I by 1. Now we will output our variable I. So I will say cout I, and once again endl. Okay, now I will build the program and let's see what happens. I will run the program, and you see what happens here is it's looping. So it goes to the for loop and it initializes I is equal to 1, and it goes into the execution of for loop, and it prints 1, and once again it goes back to for loop and increment it by 1, right? So what's happening? I is equal to 1, it prints it, it increments it by 1, goes to the loop once again. Now this time I is equal to 2, and it sees condition which is less than 10, 2 is less than 10, then it prints 2 once again and increment I by 1, which is I is equal to 3, goes to the condition once again, and it sees yes, I is equal to 3 is less than 10, so it prints 3 once again, and this loop happens until 10 is printed, and then it goes to the loop once again and sees okay, now I is equal to 11, which is not fulfilling this condition. I is less than or equal to 10. So I'm not going to print this, and I'm going to break the for loop, and I'm going to go out of the loop and return 0. So this is printing these values of I one by one until this condition is met. Okay. Now there is one more thing you can do with the for loop is to decrement the value. It's not necessary that you need to increment the value every time, and it's also not necessary to increase the value by 1. You can increase the value by 2, or you can initialize the value by something else. So let's see. Let's initialize I by some other value, for example 6, and I will say the condition would be I is less than or equal to 60, for example, and I will increase this I by 5. So I will write I plus equal to 5. That means increment the value of I by 5 and assign it to I. Okay. So once again, when I build my program and run it, you can see it's showing me 6 for the first time and increase this 6 by 5. So 6 plus 5 is 11, and then it sees the condition okay, 11 is less than 60, so I'm going to increase it 5 once again. Then 16 is less than 60, so I'm going to increase it by 5 again. So in this way you can initialize your I by any value, and you can increment this I by any value, and you can give any condition uh, which can be equal to, or which can be less than or greater than, or whatever value. The second thing is you can decrement the value of I also. So let me show you this example also. So for example, I initialize um, I is equal to 10, and I want that I should print until I is greater than or equal to 1, okay, and I will decrement I by 1 every time. So I will say minus minus, and this minus is just like I is equal to I minus 1, okay. So this like I is just like you minus the value of I by 1, right? So now what will happen? Let's see, let's build the program and run it. And you can see this time I starts from 10 because we initialize the value of I as 10. So it prints 10 and it goes to the loop once again, and it sees, okay, I is equal to 9 this time because we minus 10 by 1, which is 9. So I is equal to 9, which is still greater than or equal to 1. So I will print it once again 9, and once again this loop will happen and happen until 1 is reached, and the condition will be false then, right? Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to explain you something about increment operator and assignment operator. So let's get started. First of all, I will explain you how assignment operation works. So let's take an example. I will declare an integer x is equal to 25, and I'm going to print it. Very simple stuff. X. Okay. Now for example, I want to add to this value, add some more value to this value. I have shown you that you can do it like this. X is equal to x plus 5, for example. And what it will do is it will take the value of x and add 5 to it and place it into x once again, right? So let's build it and run it, and it will show us 30. But the more efficient way to do this is, because you are using x 2 times, you can just reduce this by writing it something like this, okay. So x plus is equal to 5. It will just serve the same purpose as before. It will add 5 to our variable, which is x, and then save it into the same variable. Once again I will run the program, and answer is same. And you can do this assignment operation with multiplication, subtraction, division, or you can take a modulus. So I will show you one by one. First of all, minus. So what it will do is it will take x and subtract 5 from it, and will show the result. It will save the result in this x and will show the result here, right? So run the program and it shows 20. Same is with product or multiplication. You just give asterisk. It will multiply 25 by 5. Just run the program and you see 125, and you can do it with the division also, but remember it doesn't show the remainder, only the multiplication value or multiple value, right? So in this case it will show 5 because we don't have any remainder. But if you divide 25 by 4, it will still, let's see what it gives us, 6, and it doesn't show us the remainder. In order to show the remainder, you need to give this module sign, and then it will just show you the remainder, which is 1, right? So it shows the remainder 1. Now this is about assignment operation. Now I have also told you about increment operation in the for loop tutorial. So for example, you want to increment 1 or add 1 to the variable x, then you can do it like this, x plus plus. And what it will do, it will add 1 to our variable x and print it here, right? Now let me show you a phenomena of, or how you can use this in two different ways. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and paste it here once again. And what I'm going to do is I will increment x by 1 here, just delete this, and then I will show the value of x, right? And both I'm printing. Let's see what happens. And you see what's happening here is, it's even though we are increasing the value of x by 1, but it's showing 25 first and then 26. So this phenomena is happening because we are adding this plus plus after our x. Okay, so what will happen is, it will, your C++ code will print the value of x first and then add 1 to it, and then when you print x to the second time, it will show the addition value. So 26 it will show here. But for example, you want to add 1 or add this 1 before showing the value. What you need to do is, you just need to add this plus plus before this x. Now it will, what it will do is, it will add 1 to x first and then print this value, and this will be the same. So let's see what happens now. Just close our program and build it, run it, and you can see now this is 2626. So it takes the value of x, increment it, and then prints it. So this is the difference between this prefix of plus plus and trailing plus plus, right? So just remember, if you want to increment the value first, add these plus plus in the front, and if you want to increment the value after showing the value, then you just add it after plus plus. Same rule will be true for minus. So when you do this x minus minus here, and when you run the program, it will still show you the value 25 because the subtraction is not happened here, but it's happened after the execution of this. So in the next line, then you can see 24 in the next line. And when you add this minus minus in front, then your value is subtracted first. So 1 is subtracted from the x, and then it prints 24 and then 24. So this is all about, or the basics about, assignment operator and increment operator. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how to use while loop in C++. So while loop is other kind of loop other than for loop, which I have already shown you in the last videos. So let's see how we can use while loop. So the syntax of while loop is while, and you give this curly or parenthesis, and then you give these curly braces. Okay, so this is the syntax of while loop. And what this while loop does is, it loops around the condition until and unless the condition is met. So let me show you an example. I will take integer called x is equal to 1, for example, and I will say while x is less than or equal to 5, then print some value. So I will say cout and x and line. And now when I run this program, let's see what happens. So when I run this program, you can see there are so many values printing one after another. So this is because our while loop is executing. So because we have given this condition that x should be less than and equal to, so while this condition is true, x will be printed, otherwise x will not be printed. So let's give some logic to this while loop. So I will say x plus plus, so that increment the value of x by 1. So once again when you compile and run the program, it will print 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Because what it's doing is it's going, because we initialize x by 1, it will go to the loop and it sees x is less than 1, and then it increases or increments the value of x by 1, which is 1 plus 1 is 2. So it prints 2 here using this statement, and once again loops around this loop and sees 2 is still less than or equal to 5, and then it increments the value by 1 and it prints it, and once again it loops around and it checks the condition, and once and again when it sees that x, the value of x at the time of 6 is less than or equal to, this is not this condition is not fulfilled, then it goes out of the loop and returns 0. So this is how you can use while loop. Let me show you a better example than this. So let's say you have some number. So I will declare my number as number is equal to 0, because I initialize this number by 0 in order to eliminate any garbage values. And I will also declare a third variable called sum. Okay, and that also I initialize by 0. Now I want to input, I want that user should input the value, so I will say cout input any value, and I will end this line, and then I will say cin, so I will wait for the user to enter the value, and this cin will be stored in the variable number. Okay, then I want to add all the numbers, so I will say sum is equal to sum plus number. Okay, so what it will do is it will give, or it will take the value and make the sum of these numbers unless and until I don't, I mean disobey this condition, which is x is equal to or less than 5, right? So I will say this condition and I will print the sum here. So I will say the sum is equal to, and once again sum, which is our variable name. Okay, so this loop will ask 5 times to enter the values, and once these values are entered by the user, then it will take the sum of the values and it will print it here, or otherwise you can show the sum outside the loop so that you have the sum only once but not 5 or 6 times. So let's try and run this program once again, and it says input any value. I will enter 10. Once again it's asking me input any value. 20, once again 30, 40 and 50, and press enter, and it says me the sum is 150, right? This should be equal to, that's why it's showing us a plus sign here, but it should be ideally equal to. So in this way you can take the sum of the values using while loop, okay? Or otherwise, if you want while loop to never end, you can give some condition which will never be fulfilled. For example, you can just write something like this, while 1. So this while 1, generally programmers use it to make an infinite loop. Just compile the program and run it, and it says please enter any values. I will keep on entering values and it will never end, because this 1 or while 1 is never ending loop. So I will never go out of this loop. Okay, so I will keep on entering the value and it will never end. So if you want to make infinite loop, just make it like this, or otherwise just make a loop which has some condition, and loop can exit when that condition is met. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use while loops in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to use do while loop in C++. So what is the basic difference between while loop and do while loop? The basic difference between do while loop and while loop is, while loop, if the condition is false and if the condition is not met, it will not execute. But the do while loop, it will execute at least once even if the condition is not true. So let me show you the demonstration. This is the code I have written in the last video. This is simple code in which I have x is equal to 1, number is equal to 0, and sum is equal to 0. I have initialized 3 variables, and in the while loop I am checking whether the value of x is less than or equal to 5, and if it's less than or equal to 5, I ask the user to enter some number and I make the sum of these number, and once the condition is fulfilled and the user has entered the value 5 times in the while loop, then I print the sum. So if you don't remember, just see the last video, it's very simple. So let's say I want to convert this into the do while loop. So for example, let's take an example of while loop first. So what this is doing is, when the condition is true, it's printing the message. But if condition is not true, for example x is less than 1, which is not true, x is equal to 1, so which is not less than 1, this will not executed. This code will not be executed and the sum will remain 0 because we have initialized the sum as 0. So let's build it and run the program, and you see the sum is 0 and this is never executed, right? Now for example, if we write the same code with do while loop, what is the syntax of do while loop is, just cut this while loop from here and paste it after this curly braces and just write do above. This is the syntax of do while loop, and do not forget to give this semicolon here. So this is the simple syntax of do while loop. Okay, so now even if the condition is false, our program will be executed once because it says do this while this condition is met. So it will be executed once, and then the program will check okay, this condition is not met. So once again it will not loop or it will not execute the same. So let's run the program once again, or execute the program once again and run it, and you see the program is executed. Input any value, which is this, so it goes inside the loop, and I give any value 56 and press enter, and it gives me the sum 56. Okay, so it gives me the sum 56, right? So that means the program is executed at least one, even if the condition is not really true. So this is the basic difference between do while loop. So now the question you may ask is where we can use do while loop, because if the condition is false, why do we want to execute this code, right? So I will give you a very good example of do while loop. I think a year ago I have written a program using do while loop for the simple calculator. So in my blog, which is programming knowledge blog.blogspot.de, I will just post the link below this video. You can go there and you can go to this C++ code example, and the first example here, write a C++ program to make a simple computer. In here I have written a code using do while loop, how to make a simple computer using do while loop. Okay, so this is a very good example. You can see why I have really used do while loop. So what I will do is I will just copy this code from here and paste it. I will select it all and paste it in my code blocks. Okay, in here, and I will just delete the system pause, because in code blocks you don't need system pause. At the bottom, just above this written 0, I have written system pause. I will just comment it out, and now I will build the program. And program is built, and now when I run this program, you see it's a beautiful program for the calculator. It prints welcome to the calculator program version by your name, and please enter the operation you want to execute. So it can execute addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and swapping. Okay, for example, I want to execute addition, so I will give plus here and I will enter, and then program asks me to enter the first number. I will enter some random number here, and program asks me to enter second number, so I will once again enter other number and I will press enter, and it gives me the answer. So it says the addition of two number which I have entered is this, and then the do while loop comes into action. Then it's asked me enter y or capital Y to continue. Okay, so I will enter y, and when I press enter, it doesn't go out of the loop, but it will ask me once again what operation you want to perform. So I will say multiplication this time, and some number, first number, second number, and it will give the multiplication. So it will execute the program, and then it will ask whether you want to exit the program or not. This time I will enter some random character which is not y or capital Y. Then my program is out of the loop. So this is the very good example I have written here. If you want, you can check and you can see how I have used do while loop in order to make this simple calculator. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use functions in C++. So first of all, why do we really use functions, or what is the need of function in C++? So function is a block of code which executes something, for example. So ideally a function should perform a specific task which is assigned to it, and normally when you write your code, it's made of too many numbers of line, for example, thousands and thousands of line, and when the other user tried to read your program, it becomes really overwhelming to understand the program written by other person. And the function is used to reduce the size of the code so that it makes your code or your program understandable. So what is the convention generally is, whatever value or whatever code is repeating more than once in your program, just wrap it in the function. So whatever code or whatever piece of code is happening or you need again and again, wrap it in the function. Now let's see how we can declare a function. So I already told you in the first two videos that this main is also a function, right? But this is a main function, and we can define user defined function. So what we need to do is, you can either go just above this main function and declare your function here. So what you can do is, you can give a function definition. So when you define a function, you need to give first of all the return type. So for example, right now I'm not returning anything, so I give void. Void means I'm not returning anything. Okay, so every function, whatever you make, it returns anything. Like this main, it's returning 0, which is an int. That's why I have written int here. So right now I'm making a function which is returning nothing, and then comes the name of the function. So for example, I say my first function, and then comes these two parentheses, and then whatever code you want to write, that comes in these two curly braces. Okay, so this is the basic declaration of function. A return type, which is void right now, so that we are not returning anything, the name of the function, curly braces, and these, not these curly braces, but these are the parentheses and these are the curly braces. Okay, and whatever you write inside this function, it will be executed when you use this function inside your main function. So for example, I want to print something, so I will write we are in a function. Okay, and I will end the line. Okay, so it's how you can call this function inside your main. What you need to do is just copy your function like this. You don't need to copy the return type, just copy the function and paste it wherever you need to use your function inside main. So I will paste it here, and I will close it by the semicolon. Okay, so this is how you can call function inside your main. Let me build the program and let me run it, and you can see it's showing we are in a function, and this line is in written in the function, right? And we are calling this function here. So main program just goes here and it sees that there is a function here, so it goes to the function and it sees this is the code which I need to execute in the function. It prints this and then goes to this line, right? So basically I told you that whenever you need to execute a similar kind of code again and again, you can use function, right? So for example, I can use this function multiple times, for example 4 times, then my message will be printed 4 times and I don't need to write the code again and again, right? This is one line. You can add multiple line in this function and you just need to call your function and these line will be executed whenever you call a function. I will build my program and run it, and you can see it's executed 4 times. So this is the good thing about function. Whatever is repeating, just wrap it in a function and use it. Now, this is one kind of declaration of function or usage of function. But there is other kind of declaration function definition, like you use or you give the function definition below this main function. Okay, and then when I compile or build my program, it will give me the error. Why it will give me the error? Because your program executes from top to bottom. So your program starts from here. It sees that this line, so it has to add, or program thinks that it needs to add this, and it needs to add this line, and then it goes to main and it sees this. But when it executes top to bottom, it doesn't know that there is a function declared below it. So you need to either declare a function on top of your main, or otherwise what you need to do is you need to prototype your function. Okay, if you want to use this function below main, what you can do is you can just copy all your function from void to these parentheses, just copy this and just paste it above and give semicolon, and this type of declaration is called the prototyping of a function. So now when the program execute and compilation is done, it knows that right now this is included, this should be included, this namespace should be included, and then it sees, okay, this function is prototyped here, so I need to include the declaration of the function which is here. Then when it comes here, it knows that there is a function which I know that I need to execute it, so that's why this will be executed. So let's compile it, and this time I don't have any error. Okay, so in technical terms, this is called the prototyping of the function. You just declare all the function here, and the definition of the function you can give below this. Okay, and I run the program, it runs perfectly. So in this way you can use functions, and this is the basics of function. There are other type of function which take parameter, which returns parameter, and these type of function I will cover in the later videos. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use functions in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can pass parameters in function, so that in the main program whatever variables you have, you can pass it to the function. So let's see how we can use it. For example, I need a function to add two values with whatever the user gives. So I will declare a function here, as I have shown you in the last video. I will give the return type, which is void, and then I will give the name of the function. So I want the addition of the numbers, so I will name my function as sum, and then these two parentheses, and then give these curly braces. And now the way you pass parameters in the function is in these two parents, in between this parenthesis. So for passing the parameter, you need to declare, or you need to give the data type of the variable you want to pass. So you, for example, I need to pass, or I want to pass integer for the numbers. So I will give the data type, and then I will give the name of the function. So I will say, or name of the variable. This is first number. So this is the first variable, and the second variable, once again I will declare the data type and then second number. Okay, so in this way you can pass two parameters inside this sum function. The first variable is first number and second variable is second number, and the data type of both the variables are int in our case. This can be anything, character or float or double or anything else. Okay, now since this is a function to make the sum of the two numbers, what you need to do is you need to print the sum, right? So you can give C out and then print the message that the sum of the given numbers is, and then what comes is the two numbers itself. So you can just copy this variable here because we are adding these two numbers. So we can write in the parentheses first number plus, just copy the second number and close the parenthesis, and then this insertion operator and then end line. Okay, so what this function will do, it will print the sum of the given numbers are whatever you give in the main, and then it will add these two number whatever parameter you pass in the function, first number and second number, and it will add these two parameter and print it. Now in order to use this function inside your main function, just you need to call the name of the function. Okay, and then once again the parenthesis, no need to write the return type, and then the semicolon, and inside these parentheses I need to give two numbers because this function can take two parameters, 1 and 2, which we have already declared. This can take two parameters, for example 476, and the second parameter is 587. Okay, and just watch here, I separated these two parameters by a comma. Okay, so what this function will do is when it comes to main, it sees that okay, I have this function and I have these two numbers, so it will pass these two numbers here, and then these two numbers will be passed here, and then the program will make the sum of these and print this message. So let's compile our program and run it, and you can see here the sum of the given numbers is 1063, which is the sum of these two numbers. Now in order to make this program little bit more interesting, what you can do is you can declare two variables, int a and b. So both variable type is integer, and you can write C out please enter two numbers, and then end line, and then you can input these two numbers. So CIN insertion operator A for first number and CIN insertion operator B for second number. Okay, and what you can do is you can pass A as a first parameter and B as a second parameter. Here is B. Okay, so what this will do is now when you run the program, it will ask for the first number and second number, and whatever number you pass or whatever number user will give in the program, it will just pass these two numbers here and then it will be executed. Let's build the program and run it. Now it's saying please enter two numbers. So I will enter two number. First number is 7474 and the second number is 8348, for example. And when I press enter, you see that this the sum of the given number is 1582, which is the 822, which is the sum of these two numbers. So this is how you can really utilize this function. User will enter the values and it will be passed to the function, and it will be passed here, and it will go here, both two numbers, and it will be added, and this message will be shown. And in the last video also I've shown you that you can use this function at multiple locations. So uh, for example, you need to add some more numbers, you can just copy this code once again and paste it below, and you can change these variable x and y, for example, and in here also you can change it x and y, and here also x and y. Okay, so it will be executed in the same manner as above. So your function will be executed two times, right? Let's build our program, and then let's see what happens now. Run the program, enter two numbers, some numbers I will give for the first time, and once again it asks for giving me two numbers. Once again I will give two numbers, and it will execute the same function once again. So whenever you need to add two numbers, you can use this function again and again, and you can pass any two variables inside this function, which has to be int, or which has to be of data type int. So that's the beauty of function. Whatever you need, whatever code you need to execute again and again, you make it a function and use it again and again. That will save your time, and that will save your space in the code. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last two videos I have been teaching you about using functions in C++. In this video also I will be talking about function, and in this specific video I will show you how to declare and use a function which returns values. So let's get started. By now you already know how to declare a function. So this time we are going to make the sum of two numbers. So we will make a function which adds two number and returns the sum in the main program. So first of all, we need to decide what we want to return. In the last video, if you noticed, we were returning void, but this time we want to return some value. So this is not void, or this is not null value, but this will be some values. For example, I want to return int this time. So this is called the return value. Whatever data type you want to return, just write in the declaration here, and then write the name of the function, for example sum. And once again, if you want to pass two parameter, just give the declaration of those two parameters here. So int first number and int second number. Okay, and because we are returning this time int here, we need to return some value in order to execute this function. Okay, so this, because we are returning something instead of void, we need to write this return here, or whatever you want to return. So this time what I'm going to do is I will take the sum of these two numbers, and I will make the sum and return the value here. So let's see how I can do it. I will declare a third variable called make, or I will say this is my result, which is initialized as 0. Okay, so that there will be no confusion, there will be no garbage value inside result. Then what I will do is I will write result equal to the first number plus the second number. Okay, so what this is doing, I have declared integer as a result, and I'm storing the addition of first parameter and second parameter inside this result. And now what I'm going to do is, because this parameter hold my result, and this function is supposed to get int in return, I will just return this result like this. Okay, so this is the basic definition to return the function. If you want to return int, then you need to declare a function or declare a variable or return only the variable which is of data type int. If you return here some decimal value, it will give you error because this function is expecting integer in return, right? Now let's write, or let's call this function inside your main function. So what I'm going to do is, for example, I want to declare one more variable, for example, multiply, for multiply, and then what I'm going to do is I am going to call this function. So I will call this function here, and I will pass two parameters, first number and second number. So for example, I pass first integer 253 and second integer 456. And because we are returning some value here, what I can do is I can say, let's initialize this by 2. So my multiply variable is initialized by 2, and I will say main, I will declare one more variable, int main result. Okay, and this main result will contain the result. So what I'm going to do is I will say main result is equal to this multiply variable into, so for multiplication we use asterisk, remember, and then I'm going to take this function and paste it here. So what this function will do is, let me show you first of all the simple way. This will be a little bit complex to understand for the first time. So let me use cout, and I will say the result is, and then I will call this sum function, and I pass these two values here, and then I will end line. Okay, so what this will do is, this will call this function, add these two values, and return the result in here. So return the result means the sum or the result will be printed here. So for example, I compile this program and run it. It will show me the sum of these two values, right? So what this function is doing, it's taking these two values, making the sum of these two values, and the result it's returning as an int, and it holds the result as an integer. So whenever you call this function, it will return you the sum, right? Now, for example, I want to multiply whatever this function is returning to my variable multiply. Okay, so now I can use this multiply result is equal to multiply into, because this function is returning integer, I can use it as a variable. Okay, so this you can think it as an integer because it's returning integer, which is the sum of these two values, right? So I can multiply it by another integer and I can store the product in the third variable called main result, and I will just copy this, and instead of this I can paste it here. So the main result is now the product of whatever the sum of this and the multiply variable. Now I will just build the program and run it, and now you can see, first of all, it makes the sum of these two numbers, and then it multiplies this number by 2, and then it stores the multiplication in this variable, and we are calling this variable here, so it will show the result in this form. So remember this thing, that whenever you return something, you need to give the returning value same data type whatever you have declared here. If you have declared double here, you need to return double value, okay? And then whatever the function is returning, you can add this function or multiply this function to the another variable because it's returning something. In our case, it's returning integer, okay? So that's how you can return value using functions. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video, I have shown you how to write a function that returns value. So I have written a function called sum, and it takes two parameters, and then it makes the sum of these two numbers and return the value. So for example, I want to print the sum of some numbers. I will just say cout and then sum, and in the bracket I will pass just those two numbers. For example, 354 and 654. And when I run the program, it will give me the sum of these two numbers because we are returning the sum as an integer here, and it thinks that the sum is an integer and prints this number. Now in this video I'm going to talk to you about one more really important property called default arguments or default parameters. So what exactly I mean by default argument or default parameter is you can initialize your function parameter with some value. So for example, I have written a function for making the sum of these two values, first number and second number. I can initialize these parameter by some values. For example, I will initialize this first number is equal to 20 and the second number is equal to 10. So this will be 10. Okay. So this is called default argument declaration. Okay. So what this means is we have initialized our parameter with a default value. So for example, now if you can even call this function like this without passing any parameter, because what happens is when it sees this function here, it goes to this function and it sees that I already have the parameters or the values of these two parameters. So let's see what happens when I run the program. I will compile this and run it, and you can see it gives me the sum of these two default value even though I haven't given any parameter to this sum, right? So this is how you can initialize your function with default values. Now let's see some more properties. For example, you want to override these values. How you can override these values is you can pass some new value here. For example, 134. So, and when I build this program, it will still run, and I want to show you what will be the result. The result is 144. So what it is doing is it takes this parameter as your first parameter, right? So whenever you pass the parameter, how it knows that which parameter is this? Is this a first parameter or is this a second parameter? It in C++, when you pass the parameter, it just goes to first parameter and then second parameter and then third parameter. So if you write here only one value, it will be assigned to your first parameter. When you write here the second value, for example 234, it will be assigned to the second parameter. And now the new values of these two parameter is for first number it's 134, it is being overwritten by this, 20 is being overwritten by 134, and the second number is now 234, which is 234 is overwritten by 10. And now when you build your program once again and run it, it will show you the sum of these two numbers which you have passed, right? 134 plus 234 is 368. Okay, so this is how you can initialize or your parameter or as default parameter initialization, right? Now if you are using function prototyping, so I have already explained you in the previous video how to prototype your function. If you are using this function below your main, then you need to prototype your function here. So if you are using function prototyping, you just need to copy this and paste it here and just give a semicolon. And when you do your function declaration, you don't need to initialize this values in here in the declaration. You just need to initialize your default argument values in the prototype, not in the declaration. So if you are declaring function below your main and you are prototyping it, just initialize these default values in the prototyping, not in the declaration. It will still work fine. So let's run the program, compiling it and running it, and it will show the same value, right? So always remember that when you are prototyping it, just initialize it at the time of prototyping and not at the time of declaration. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last couple of videos I have been showing you how to use functions in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how variable scope works in C++ and how unary scope resolution operator works in C++. So first of all, I will demonstrate how variable scope works. So for example, you have a function void print me. It's a random function I'm writing, and what it does is it just prints something. So I'll say print something, okay, and end here. So now for example, you can declare a variable which is local to a function, and you can declare a variable which is global to the function. So for example, I declare some variable in my variable, for example, is equal to 30, okay, and I want to use this variable here also. So I want to print cout my variable in here. Will it work? Let's see if it works or not. So it's showing the error, and what error it's showing is that, let's see what is the error here. Error is my variable was not declared in this scope. So there is a problem of scope in here. So what is the problem here is whenever you declare a variable inside a function, it's called a local declaration or local scope of that variable. And whenever you declare a function inside, or whenever you declare a variable inside a function, it can be this function or this function, it will be usable inside that function only. Okay, so you cannot use my variable outside this function. So this is called the local scope or local declaration of a variable. Now for example, if you want to use the same variable in this function and this function, what you can do is you can declare your variable as global. So I will just remove this here and I will declare it as global. Int my variable is equal to 20 is equal to 20. So now what will happen is, because we have declared our variable outside this function and our main function, this is called a global variable, and it is global to this and this. So this function or this variable can be used here also and here also, right? And when I compile my program, this time it will be compiled fine. Okay, so you can declare the variable either as a global variable if you want to use it in your main function and the other functions, then declare your variable as global variable. And if you want to use your variable in the function itself or locally, then you just declare your function inside your function, right? So I hope you have understood this. Now let's talk about unary scope resolution operator. So for example, you have declared a global variable like this, and you also have declared int my variable here also, which you have initialized with 10. Now how your program will know which this which you are printing, my variable, it is local variable or a global variable? Let me just remove this function in order to clarify more. So this is my global variable, and I have also declared the same name as a local variable also. And when I want to print this variable, let's see what happens. I will compile my program and run it, and it shows me the value 10. That means the variable value is 10, and it's using this value as a local value here, right? So whenever you declare variable with the same name, which will be preferred? The local value will be preferred, right? So most recent value you have declared will be preferred in the function. So this is the most recent value or the most inner value or the local value simply. It will be preferred on global value. So this will print 10 here. Now in order to use the global value, for example, you want to use this value, you want to print 20 and not 10, how you can print it? So in order to print this global value, you need to use this unary scope resolution operator. And what is this unary scope resolution operator? You just need to give two colons. Sorry, this was a mistake. You just need to give two colons before your variable. So these two colons are called unary scope resolution operator, and this two double colons tells your C++ code that this variable is a global variable and not a local variable. So in this way you distinguish between global and local variable. If it doesn't have these two colons, it will treat this my variable as this local variable, and when you have this two colon, then this my variable will be considered as a global variable. And now let's try to build our program and run it, and now you can see here it has printed 20. So this variable is considered because we have declared it as a global variable using unary scope resolution operator. So I hope you have understood the concept of variable scopes and unary scope resolution operator in C++. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you what is function overloading and how we can use function overloading and what is the logic of using function overloading. So I will take an example which I have already used in our earlier programs. So I will make a function to add two numbers. So I'm not going to return anything, and I will make a function, and this will add two numbers. So I will give int first number and int second number. Okay, and I want to print the sum of these two numbers, so I will say cout sum of integers is equal to, and then I will add these two numbers, first number plus this second number. Okay, and then I will just give an end line, and that's it. So what I want is I want to add two numbers. That's easy. What I will do is I will just call this function sum, and then I can add two numbers like this, 235 and 675 for example, and it will add these two numbers and show the result here, right? So when I compile this program and run this program, it will work fine as we have expected. Okay, like this. But what happens when you want to add two decimal numbers? So what are decimal numbers, or what are float numbers? Decimal numbers are 265.756 and 265 point something, like this. So what happens if you want to add decimal points and you want to add integers also and different kind of numbers? And when you compile this program, it will be compiled fine, but when you run the program, it will only show you the integer values and not the decimal value. And this result is wrong because we wanted to add two float values and show the result as a float value. So now the concept of function overloading comes. So according to function overloading, you can declare a same function with a same name two times or more than two times with different arguments or different return type. So for example, this function is adding two integer. I can just copy this function and paste it just below it to add two float. So I just change the declaration here, float and float. Okay, and now when I run the program, I will compile it. It's showing the error because now the program doesn't know which function you are using. Is it initialized by this integer or is it initialized by the float value? So what you can do is you can declare two float variables. So I will declare float a is equal to, and float b is equal to colon, and I will just pass these two values here. A is equal to 265.75 and b is equal to 675.76, and I will pass a and b as an argument. So now we have implicitly specified that this a and b is a float value. So then your program knows that, okay, I have been there are two parameters which are float inside my uh, which are passed as a parameter in me. So I will go to these function and see which parameter can take float, and you can see these parameter can take float. So then this program or this function will be executed, right? So I will say here float. The sum of float is this plus this. Now for example, once again I will declare to int x is equal to some integer and y is equal to some other integer, and once again I will call sum x comma y. So these two functions, this time the function which takes the integer will be executed, and when you use integers as a parameter, and when you use float as a parameter, this second function will be used. Okay, so now I will build my program and I will run it, and now you can see both result. First is the sum of float, that means we are in this function and it will show the result, and then the sum of integers, that means we are in this function. Sum of integers is equal to whatever the sum of these two integers here, right? So this is how you can use function overloading. You can declare a function with the same name more than two times or more than once, and you can pass different kind of parameter inside this function, or you can return different kind of parameter from this function. And whenever you pass float inside this, it will work as this function, and whenever you pass integers, it will know that you have passed integers, so it will use this function. So in this way you can declare multiple function with the same name to use them differently. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can use arrays in C++. So let me show you how you can declare array in C++. But first of all, this is a good question. What is an array? An array is a variable which can contain more than one values, or as the name suggests, it can contain an array of values. Now let's see how we can declare array. The declaration is same as the variable declaration. For example, int my array, the name of the array, and then you need to give how much or how many elements the array will contain. So this square bracket, in this square bracket you need to define how many elements this array will contain. So for example, I will define 3 here, then C++ code will know that, yeah, I have assigned the, or I have placed, or I have reserved the 3 element array in the memory. So it will assign 3 spaces in the memory to your array, right? Now in order to initialize array, or in order to initialize array with the values, what you can do is you can initialize arrays in different forms, but the most basic form is called array initializer list. Okay, so I will show you how you can initialize array with array initializer list. Just give equal to and then these curly braces, and in this curly braces you can give the values of the array element by element. Now for example I will give the values 36, 45, 64, and we close it. So this means that my array contains 3 values and the elements of the array or values of the arrays are 36, 45 and 64. So these 3 values are called elements of the array. And there is something called index of the array, which is the position of element in array. And the position of element in array starts from 0, not from 1. So index of this array is, or index of this element is 0, index of this element is 1, and index of this element is 2. Now in order to print array, what you can simply do is cout, or in order to access the value of the array, you just copy the name of the array, give the square bracket, and give the index of the value you want to print, right? So now this means we have given here the element 0. We want to access the element 0 from the array, and from here we know that 0th element or element with index 0 is 36. So this should print 36 ideally. Let's build the program and let's see what happens. I'll run the program and it gives me 36. That's true. Now for example I want to print 64 here. The index of 64 is 2, right? So I will write 2 here, build the program and run it, and you can see 64 is printed here. Now in order to assign values to array in a different manner, what you can do is you can just assign values like this. So you can just copy the name of the array, just give the square bracket, give 0, and you can provide the value of an array, for example 34. In this way also you can initialize the element of an array. So this means that assign on the index 0 the value 34. Okay, so you can do or copy and paste it 3 times, and on the index 1 and on the index 2 we will assign some different value, 45, 64, and now for example I will run the program. It will work as same as before. You can see 64 is printed right now. Now if your array will contain more elements, for example 10 elements and 20 elements, then you cannot assign your array like this, and you can also it will be tedious for you to initialize your array with array initializer list. So what you can do is you can initialize your array with loops also. So how you can do it, just give a for loop, as I have shown you how to use for loop, and just declare variable int is equal to 0 and the limit of the array. For example my array will contain 15 elements. Okay, so I will initialize my I from 0 because index of array starts from 0, right? And then I will say if I is less than or equal to 14, because this is 15 and our index starts from 14, then the value will go up to 14. Okay, including 15 we have, including 0 we have 15 values, right? That's why I have written 14 here, 1 less than this, because we are starting from 0. And then I will say I plus plus, and then I will give these curly braces, and in here I will say assign value of x. So I will say x, not x but I, is equal to some value. So what you can assign, for example 67, and in order to print this value you can just write cout I, and then you can just give some string, and you can just give, you can print the uh, ith element of the array like this. And now when I run the program, build it and run it, you see here it has assigned some values. I forgot to add endl and line, so now it will be more clear. So when I run the program, now you can see here we have assigned 67 to each and every value in the array. So in this way also you can assign value to the array. So I hope you have understood the basic concept of array, how you can initialize array, and how you can assign values in the array. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to declare arrays, how to initialize arrays, and how to use arrays in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you a small example using arrays so that you can your concepts on array can be a little bit more strong. So let's get started. What I'm going to do is I am going to show you how you can sum, or how you can add all the elements of array in this example. So for example, I have an array, we call it my array, and now I will assign the number of value it will contain. For example, it will contain 6 values, and then I will initialize it with array initializer values. So I will give some values to my array. The first value, for example, not here but 465, second value is 678, third value is something, fourth value is also, fifth and sixth. So suppose I want to add, or I want the sum of all the values of the array. How I can get the sum of all values of the array? Let's see how we can achieve it. I will declare a variable sum which will hold the sum of all the elements in the array, and I will initialize this as 0. Now I will declare a for loop for int I is equal to 0, and then I is less than 6 because our array contains 6 values, right? And it starts from 0. The index of the array starts from 0. That's why its I is less than 6, and I plus plus. And then in the next line, what I need to do is simply I will take sum and I will add the element of sum one by one. So I will say plus equal to, and then the element of the array. So I will copy this array here, and then I will just add element one by one using this I. Okay, so what it will do, it will just get the 0th element, then get the first element because it's in the loop, right? And when all the sum when the addition is done and for loop is complete, we are going to print our sum. So I will say sum, and then my variable sum, and then okay. Now I will say sum is equal to, that will be much better to see. Now when I run the program, it's showing me the mistake because here is the sum, I declare it randomly. Okay, now I will build it and run the program, and now you can see the sum of all the values in the array is this one. You can just check it whether it's the sum or not, or we can check it with the simple values. For example, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 and 2. So we know that the sum will be 12, right? Build a program and run it, and you can see sum is equal to 12. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last couple of videos I have been teaching you about arrays. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can declare and use multi-dimensional array in C++. So let's see how we can declare multi-dimensional array. For example, array of 2 cross 2 or 2 cross 3, how we can declare this. Now for declaration, it's the same as array. So I will just name my array as my array, and then you give the square bracket, and then you give the element number of element your array will contain. This till this you know. Now in order to declare a multi-dimensional array, you can or two-dimensional array, you will give one more square bracket and give the value of columns. So I will explain you once I'm done finish writing. So I will give this and this and one more this and comma. Okay, and give the values. Okay, so now I am finished. Now what this array means? This means this is an array which is a two-dimensional array and which contains 2 rows and 3 columns, right? So you can think it like this. So this is an array of 1, 2, 3 and 4, 4 and 5. So this array in logically will look like this. It's a two-dimensional array which has 1 and 2 rows and 1, 2 and 3 columns, right? So in your mind you can map this array like this. Now in order to access the value, for example, I want to print out this value, I want the index of this value, right? So how you can find the index of this value is just like coordinates. If you have studied coordinates in school, you know that this is my 0th row and I want the column or item 2 of this 0th row, or item 1. This is item 1 because our array starts from 0, right? So for example, I will write cout and I want to print this 2 here. So I will say my array and this will be like this, and once more. Okay, so now I want to print this value. So first of all I will see in which row this value is. So this is the row number 0, so I will write 0 here, and this is my column number 1, or index of the column is 1. Logically it's 1, 2, 3, but index start from 0. 0, 1, 2, right? That's why I will write here 1. So this logically should or print 2. Let's try and see whether it prints 2 or not. Yes, it prints. Now for example, we want to print 5. So this 5 is in our 0th row and 1. So index of this row is 1 and the column index is 0, 1, 2. So we will write here 1, row number 1, or index of the row is 1, and the index of the column is 2. Save, run, and you can see 5 is printed. Now there is more convenient way of printing this two-dimensional array. For example, you have a bigger array, 4 cross 5 array or 10 cross 10 array. You cannot print logically, you if you want to print it like this, how you can print it, let's see. So you need to declare a for loop and the curly braces, and once again a for loop. So you need to have a nested for loop, or you need to use nested for loop. And in this first for loop, what I'm going to do is I will declare I, or let's see, I will declare it logically. So I will say this for loop will loop around the rows, and row index will start from 0, and it will go up to row less than 2, because we have only 2 rows, and row plus plus. In the same way, I will declare, or I will initialize for loop for column, int column is equal to 0, and then this column will go up to column is less than 3, because we have 3 columns, and column plus plus plus. Now in order to print this value, what I'm going to do is I will write cout, and then I will take this my array, and then I will write here to take this row element here and paste it here, and the column element here and paste it here. And one more thing, if you want to print just like this, you need to give the space, right? So give space here, and in order to change the row, you need to write or change the row in the outer for loop. So you just say cout and line. Okay. Now what this nested for loop will do is it will loop around rows, and then it will loop around columns, and it will print all the row element and column element. So for example, we go to row number 0, and we go to column number 0 first. So here the values will be, show me the value of 0 cross 0. So row number 0 and column number 0, and the element 0 cross 0 in this array is this one, so it will print this. Then 0 1 is 0 2, like this. So let's try and run the program, and you can see it has printed just like this, 1 2 3 and 4 4 5. So by using nested for loop, you can print the values in the multi-dimensional array. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what is a pointer and how we can use pointer in C++. So first of all, let's see what is a pointer. A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. So let me just paste the definition, and then we will look what is a pointer. I will explain you. So once again, what is a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable, right? Now for example, I think you might know that whenever you declare a variable, its value is stored in the memory somewhere, right? So whenever you declare var is equal to 0, for example, how you can show the address of the variable where this variable is stored. So you can show it by just writing this and sign before your variable, and then you will be able to see the address of the variable. So once again, let's build our program, and when I run this program, you see this hexadecimal number. This indicates the memory address where this variable is stored. Okay, so this indicates the memory address of this variable. Now the pointer, when it comes to pointer indicates, or pointer is a variable, so you declare a variable whose value is the memory address of the other variable, right? So this is the memory address. So basically when you declare a pointer, its value will be the memory address of other variable. And why we do it? Because whenever you assign some value to a variable, it's or and once again you assign it to some other variable, its value is not fixed. For example, whenever right now I have variable here var is equal to 0, and you can assign var is equal to 20 also, right? But whenever you assign this to this here, the address will remain the same, but the value will change, right? So the pointer enables us to point the memory address, and whatever the value stored in that memory address will be indicated, or will be pointed by the pointer, right? So let me give you an example how you can define a pointer. You can define a pointer with this asterisk or star sign, and then you can give the name of the variable. So for example, I want to declare a integer pointer, so I will write int, then this asterisk, and then I will give the name, for example, int p, for indicating int pointer. Okay, now when I assign some value to this pointer, so we always assign a value to the pointer which is the address of other variables. So what we can do is we can write int p is equal to the address of this variable, and how we achieve, or how we have access the address of this variable, by using and sign before your variable. You just copy it and paste it here. So our pointer definition is true now, right? Pointer is a variable whose value is the address. So this shows the address of another variable, right? Now when you print this int p pointer, what will it show? It will show the address of the variable, right? This variable. So first of all, let's print it like this, and I will copy this and paste it here. And when I just compile this program and run it, you can see here the first address and second address are same, right? So what we have done is we have assigned the address of this variable to this pointer, and that's what the pointer does. It stores the address of another variable, right? Now if you want to access the value of the variable For example, you want to access the value of this variable using this pointer. So the value of this variable is 20. Let's make it 100, for example, right? And for example, you want to access this value using this pointer. How you can do it? You can just write the same definition of pointer, asterisk, this asterisk, and then int p once again, right? And then when you compile your program, this asterisk and this int p pointer will show the value of this variable, or value which is stored at this address, right? So let's see, it's 100 right now. Okay, so this is showing the value of this address. Now let's try to change the value of this variable var. Let's give it a value, for example, var is equal to 20. Once again, var is equal to 20. And once again, try to print the value of this pointer and the address of this pointer. Once again, I just copied and pasted the same line from above, right? And when I compile this program and run this program, you will see here the address always remains the same. That means the pointer is accessing the value from this address, but the value stored at this address is changed when we assign some value to variable. So that means address of a variable always remains same, but you can change the value stored on this particular address. So I think this is the basics of pointer in C++. There are much and more about pointers, and we need to read it in details, but this is the basics of pointer, and I hope you have understood the concept behind pointer. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use pointers in C++ and how you can declare pointers in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use pointer with regard to functions. In my earlier videos I have shown you how you can pass arguments in functions, and that specifically is called passed by value. So what I have shown you in the earlier videos, for example, you create a function pass by value, for example, and you are passing some variable here, val, and for example you have val is equal to 100. Okay, and whenever you declare one more variable, x is equal to 20 here, and when you call this function here pass by value and we pass x in this function and we try to print x here, what happens is whenever you pass x here, the value of x is passed in this function, but not the address of the x or address of this variable. That means you are not passing this variable itself, you are just passing the value contained by this variable. So whenever you try to print this x once again, even though here we are assigning val is equal to 100, what happens is the value will remain same. So let me compile the program and run the program, and the value is still 20 even though we have passed this x here and we have assigned 100 is equal to value. So ideally what should happen is the value of x should be 100, but because we have passed the value of x and not the x itself, or not the address of x itself, it just cannot change the value contained inside x. It just sends the copy of the value, and that's why the value of this x remains same. Now, for example, you want to show, or you want to change the value of x itself when you call it inside the function. What you can do is, I will declare a variable called y first is equal to 20 itself, and I'm going to just declare one more function which I will call pass by reference. And how you can pass by reference? Just pass the address of the variable. And what I have shown you in the last video, what is the definition of a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable. So this will contain the address of another variable, whatever variable you will pass here, right? So now what will happen is, once again I will copy it and paste it here, pass by reference. This is pass by reference now, and what I am going to do is I will pass y here, not y but the address of y. Why? Because a pointer always takes the address of the variable, right? That's why I have written AND here, and this together means that we are passing the address of y and not the value of y, but the address of y. And once again, when we try to print y this time, let's try to print y. This should be pointer, because I'm copying, I forgot to give pointer here. And once again I will compile the program and I will run the program, and now you see what happens here. In the first case, when we pass the value of x did not change and it remained 20, right? But when we pass by reference, that means we have passed the address. So this address will never change, and we have passed the address and we are changing the value inside that address, so that this value in the same address will be 100 now. So will be replaced by 100 instead of 20. So now this will show you 100 here. So whenever you want to change the value of the variable, whenever you pass it in the function, you use pass by reference. And whenever you want to just give the copy of the value, you just pass it by value. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how you can use data structure or simply structures in C++. So first of all, why we need to use structures in C++? So in the earlier videos I have shown you can define a variable in C++ like this: int and the name of the variable and this semicolon, or char and the name of the variable and the semicolon. So this int and char are the predefined data type which is provided by C++ to us. So we haven't defined these int or this char. Now suppose you want to define your own data type, you can use structure to define your own data types. So let me give you an example. Now for example, you want to define a structure for a book. A book can contain name, book author, or book ID, and you want to use these name, author and ID as a data type. or book as a data type, then how you can define a structure for the book. So the basic syntax of the structure is you just write struct and the name of the structure you want to define. So in our case, we are defining book, or books will be appropriate. And then just give the semicolon and this colon to complete the structure. Now, this is the basic definition of structure. And now inside structure, you can define the traits of the book. For example, book has some name, book can be written by some author, and book has some ID. So you can define it like this. Char name of array 50. Array can contain 50 character, for example. Char of author, which also can contain 50 character. And for example, int, you define the book ID like this. So now you have defined a new data type called book, and now you can use this data type in order to call these members of your structure. So how you can call this structure from in your main, you just need to once again use the keyword struct and the name of your structure, which is book, and then you need to give the name of the variable you want to give to your book data type. So for example, I will define book1 as a variable name, and now for example I want to assign the value to my book1 variable, which is of kind book, or the data type of book1 variable is books, right? So I want to assign some values to my book. Now I can assign value to my book like this. I will write the name of my variable book1, and when I use dot, which is called dot separator, then you can see the option I can call any of the three members using this dot separator. For example, first of all I will call this name, and then I can give equal to and give the name of the author. So not the name of the author, but the name of the book. So name of the book, for example, we can give C++ tutorials. Okay, but one more thing I want to show you, that this type of assignment to the character array is not very efficient. In order to copy a string inside a character array efficiently, there is other way of copying this array inside your character array. So what you can do is you can use the keyword string copy, and as a first argument of this string copy, you can give the name of the variable, which is book1.name, in which you want to copy the string. And as a second variable, you can give the name, give the string which you want to copy in this character array variable. So this is the more efficient way of copying the string into a character array, right? So avoid using this type of assignment whenever you want to assign a string inside a character array. Just use the code like this. This is more efficient. Okay, so this is a good practice in C++ to use string copy instead of directly assign by equal to. Now, and one more thing, in order to use this keyword string copy, you need to use this library. So just write include C string library. Just include this library in order to use this keyword string copy. I will just copy this once again and paste it here. And this time I want to give the name of the author. For example, I will give the name of the author as programming knowledge. Okay. And then I want to assign the ID of the author. So I will write book1 dot ID equal to 1, for example, right? Now, for example, I want to access the data which is contained by book variable, right? What I can do is I will write cout book one name and then you can just access it by this book1 dot name. Okay, copy it and paste it here and just give the regular and line, right? I'm going to just copy this 2 more times and I will say book1 author and here also author and book1 ID and here also ID. Now when I compile the program, hopefully it will compile successfully. Yes, it compiles with 0 error and 0 warning. Now when I run the program, this will show whatever I assigned to my book data type. You can see you can access this content in this book variable by book1 dot name, book1 dot author and book1 dot ID. So in this way, structures allow you to define your own data type. In our case, we have defined the data type book, and this data type book has the trait name, author and ID, right? And then using this data type, we have defined a variable, like we define it like this. So we have the data type in our case is book, and the name in our case is book1, right? And then we can assign values to our variables like this and like this. And when we want to access the values inside the variable, you can just access it like this, book1 dot whatever value you want to access. So you want to access book1's name, then you can write book1 name, book1 author and book1 ID. Okay, so in this way you can access the structures content, and you can define more books like book 2, book 3, and you can assign values and you can access the content inside this books. So in this way you can define your own data type using struct. And by the way, you can also use functions inside the structure. This is a little bit high level programming, so for basic it's okay to use just the default data types. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how you can use structures in C++. And I have shown you this example that how you can define a structure for a book and how you can use or call the structure inside your main program and how you can assign values to your structures member, right? Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use structure as an argument to the function. So in normal program we are able to pass some argument like int or characters or double or float values, and I have already told you in the last video that structure is a user defined data type like int, like char These char and int are the C++ data type, and this book, for example, which you have defined in the last video, is a user defined data type which we have created. Now in order to use this structure book inside a function as an argument, you need to pass it like a structure. So let's see how we can use this structure as an argument inside a function. Now in order, if you don't know what this code is, just see the last video. I'm using the code from the last video in this video also. Okay, and in the last video we had defined the structure and I've shown you how you can use it. Now for example, we want to define a function to print the content of the book. Okay, so I will define a function called void print book, and I will just give this, and I will give this, not this but this parenthesis here. Now in order to pass your book structure in the function as an argument, what you need to do is, once again, you need to go here in the parenthesis and you need to call this keyword called struct, and then you need to call the data type or the structure name, which is book in our case, right? And then just give any name to your book structure. So I will name it as book itself, and then what this book is doing is this book I will use to print the name or name contained by this book variable. So I will just copy it and paste it here. As you remember how we can call the content of the book by its members. So book, this is the variable name, dot what is the member name of this book structure, book name, author and ID. Okay, so I will just use this book in order to print the book name, book author and book ID. Now this is just simply you need to pass in order to call this book variable inside this inside this function as a parameter or argument, right? Now in order to call this print function, what you need to do is just copy this function name, paste it here, and as a normal variable, how you pass your normal variable inside this function, like this, right? So think of it, if it's a integer variable and this will be an integer variable, simply you will pass any number here, okay, or the variable which contains the number. In a similar way, we will pass this variable of book because we have defined this book data type here for this book, right? So this book we can pass it inside the function, and now when we compile the program and run the program, it will work fine, right? It's printing whatever we have assigned here. So we have assigned book name C++, book author programming knowledge, book ID 1, and then we are calling this function to print the value book 1 name. Book 1 name is book dot name, right? So we have passed this, and book dot name is C++ tutorial, which comes from here, right? So in this way you can pass structure variable as a parameter to a function. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to give you a basic introduction to classes and object in C++. So first of all, what is a class? A class is a collection of related data and function under a single name. So let me paste you this definition and once again go through the definition of a class. A class is a collection of related data and function under a single name. So for example, a C++ program can contain hundreds and hundreds of functions and thousands of variables. And using class, we collect same kind of functions and data, and we use this collection in single class. So for example, you have a book class. You can collect functions related to book. For example, print book, open book, close book, and variables related to book class. For example, you have author of the book, name of the book, and how many number of pages book contains. So this kind of data which is same or related to one another, we encapsulate this kind of functions or with this kind of variable in a single class. The second example can be a box class which can contain the height, width and the length of the box, and it can contain contain functions like the volume of the box or the surface area of the box. Okay, so using class we collect related data and function in C++. Now let me give you an example how you can declare a class in C++. You can declare a class in C++ using the name class itself, and then you give the name to your class. Generally, it's a good practice to start your class name with a capital letter. So for example, I want to make a class called book. So I will write this class as books, and then you give these parentheses and this semicolon. Okay, so this is a basic definition of class, and inside your class you can declare different variables or different functions. Okay, now there is a word called access specifier. Now for example, if you want to use variables or function which you declare inside this class in your main program, so the functions in book class you want to use it in your main program, you use public access specifier. Or otherwise, if you don't want to use your function inside your class and you just want to use your function inside your class itself, then you need to use private access specifier. But this I will explain you later. Right now we are going to use a public access specifier, so you can declare this public access specifier like this. Just write the name public and then give this colon, not this but this colon, and whatever you write under this will be considered or will be treated as public members of this class. For example, I declare a variable int and I will say the book ID. So I will declare it book ID is equal to 256 for example, and I will declare a function also inside this class to print the book ID. So I will say void print book ID, and I will give this parenthesis, and inside this I will just print the book ID. So I will say cout the book ID is equal to, and then I will just copy this book ID, paste it here, and end line. Okay, Now I have declared a variable inside my book class, and I have declared a function inside my book class. So you can declare variables and functions inside your book class or inside your any class, right? Now, for example, you want to use these members or this function in here inside your main function. What you need to do is you need to declare an object of this class. And why do we use object? Because there can be many classes inside your program, and there can be functions which have the same name. For example, the other class can also contain print book ID. The other class can also contain ID. So there can be multiple definition of these functions. And how will you know which class this function belongs to? So for this, you need to declare object. So you know which class this function belongs to. Okay. So an object is an instance of the class, right? Now to declare the object, what you need to do is you need to use the name of the class. So I will just use the name of the class, and then you need to give the variable name or object name to this. So I will give the object name, for example, book 1 and semicolon. So this variable or this is called the object of the class, and we are going to access the functions inside this book class or variable inside this book class using this object. Okay, so how we can use this function print book ID using this book 1 object. Just write book 1 and we use this dot separator in order to access this function. So I will use this print book function and just semicolon, and then now I can just compile my program and hopefully it will not give me any errors. So my program is built now, and now I can run my program. So I will run my program and you can see the book ID is and whatever the ID of the book, right? So in this way you can declare objects of a class and you can access the member of the class. These are called member function and this is called the member variable. You can directly access this variable by, for example, you want to access this variable because this is a public uh, public variable. We have declared this in public access uh, member variable. So we can just write it here, cout book 1 dot id. Okay, and this will print you the book ID, which is 256, right? So you can access this variable also because this is a public member of this class, right? And now I will build my program and run it, and you can see it has printed 256 here. So this is the basic introduction of classes and object in C++. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use classes and objects in C++, and I have also shown you how you can access your member variables in your main function using objects. Now in this video I'm going to show you a good practice to access your member variables in your main function. In the last video I have shown you can use this public access specifier to access functions or variables in your main function. It works correctly, but it's not a good practice to access your member variable of a class directly in your main function, because you always want to protect your variable and you don't want that other user would be able to change these variable content. So now in this video I'm going to show you the concept of setter and getter functions to access the variable indirectly uh, in your main function. So I will delete this and this declaration, and I have the basic declaration of this book class, and I have the basic declaration of book object here. Now in the last video I've shown you how you can use this public access specifier. In this video I'm going to show you this private access specifier, and what this private means is your whatever you declare under this private access specifier, all those member will be private to a class, and you cannot use these member variables or member functions outside your class. So I will declare a variable called string variable. So I will add one more library called include string. Okay, and this what this string class will do is it will help us to declare string variables. So there is something called string, and I will name my string as name. So this will be the book name, right? And this string is just like character array, but it is handled more easily or efficiently, right? So string is nothing but just writing the book name is, you can give the value to the string like this, is equal to like this. Okay, so string is nothing but the string of the word, right? Now this is our private member of this book class, and how can I access this name in my member main function, because this is a private and I cannot use this name variable outside my class. I have already told you. So let me declare the setter and getter functions for it to access the name variable indirectly. So what I will do is I will declare a function called void set name, and in here I will pass this string variable, and I will call it, for example, x, right? And what I'm going to do here is I will say my name, which is my private member of a class, is equal to x. So what I'm doing is indirectly copying the whatever I will give here as a set variable. It will just copy the content of x to my name, right? And there is something called get function. So I will write get name, and this get name will return the value of name. Okay, so this will return the name. So name data type is string, so it will return string, and it's just returning this name. So just write return name. Okay, so these two are called setting and getting of your member variable, setter getter function in easy words. And what these two functions does is it enables us to access the content of your private member name using these public functions set and get names. Now I will show you how you can use the set and get names in your main function. So you already have this object called book1, which we derived from book class, right? And we can call the set function. So I will say book1, dot set name, and inside this set name we can set any name to our book. So I will say set name to the book C++ tutorials. Okay, and now I want to access. So what this does is whenever I pass this string to this set function, it has this string here, and it just copies this string to your name variable, which is my private variable. Right now, private is assigned the value C++ tutorial indirectly, right? And now in order to get, or in order to print this value, what I can do is I can use book1 dot get name, and what this get name does is it just return the value of name. So we are indirectly accessing the value of name and returning it. So let's print this value. I will write cout, and I will just copy this function here and paste it here because it's returning the string, right? So it will return the value we have assigned here, and I will say and L, and when I compile this program, it will be compiled, and now we are going to run this program, and we see that we are able to access this name variable using this book.getName. So this is the good practice to use or to access private member variables of class using get and set functions. So just always remember this practice. Whenever you need to declare a variable inside class, try making them private, right? As far as possible, try always declare the member variable private, and try to access these variables using set and get class. So you will never mess up in C++. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video, I'm going to show you how we can use constructor in C++ and what is a constructor. So first of all, what is a constructor? A constructor is a special member function of a class that is created when you create the object of the class. And the name of the constructor is always same as the name of the class. So that is how you can recognize constructor. So let's see how we can declare constructor in classes. But first of all, one more important information. Even if you don't declare a constructor, C++ will create a constructor for you for a class automatically. So we have written this class, there is a constructor for this class which is automatically created even though we have not written any constructor for this class. Now let's see how we can declare constructor for a class. So I have already told you constructor has the same name as your class name. So I will just copy this, and in my public access specifier I will just write this, and I will pass no parameter inside this, and I will give these parentheses. So this is called a constructor. Okay, so it has the same name as class, and it is always initialized when you create an object. So let's verify if it's created or it's initialized when we create the object or not. So I will write some message, I will show some message. So for example, I will write we or you are in constructor. Okay, and I will write end line here. By the way, if you don't know how or how this class works. I have shown you the explanation of this class, book class, in the last video. So if you don't know how to declare a class or what are these functions in this class, I have explained these things in the last two videos. Okay, so what we have done is we have declared a constructor, and we are showing some value inside our constructor, or we are showing some message inside our constructor. Right now, let's create an object of a class. So you already know how to create an object of a class. You just need the name of your class, which is books, and give the variable name or object name, which is, for example, book1. Okay, and even though we are not calling any variable, we are just creating the object. And I already told you that constructor is called whenever object is created, right? So even though we are not writing anything, let's see what happens. I will just compile my program. Now I will run my program, and you see here it shows you are in constructor. That means what I'm saying is true, right? So a constructor is called whenever you declare the object of a class, and it is created automatically. Now we don't really use constructor to show some messages, right? It should have some specific cues. So generally we use constructor to initialize the values of the variable in the class, right? So for example, what you want to do is you want to initialize the value of this variable called name. Okay, we already created set name and get name functions, and we need to initialize this name with some value. Or otherwise, for example, if somebody writes cout this, he calls this book1 dot get name, what will happen? Because we haven't initialized any value to the name, and we are calling this get name, what happens here is, I will just close this and I will compile this and see, let's see what happens. You see here it's showing some error because we haven't initialized any values, and this function does not matches this function. Let's just change this, and now let's compile the program once again, and let's run the program. And you see here you will not be able to see any values here because we haven't assigned any values to our string variable called name. So why do we use constructor? We generally use constructor to initialize some value to the constructor. And how we can initialize the name value or initialize this variable name? You can just pass a parameter called string, because this variable is a string, right? So you can just pass string, for example, x, and what you can do is you can call this set name function here. Set name is equal to x, for example. Okay, so whenever you create an object, it will initialize, and you have to give some name to your object, and that object will go here, and then that function will assign this value to name, and indirectly you are assigning the value to name variable. Okay, so we have initialized name by initializing this constructor. Now whenever you pass some argument in the constructor like this, for example, we have initialized our constructor with this string variable. then you need to initialize your object with an argument which is string also. So I will give the name of the book, C++ tutorial, for example. And now when we run the program, compile it and run it, you can see this book1.get name gives you the name of the book, right? And what we have done, we have simply initialized this value with a constructor like this. Okay, so once again, why do we use constructor? We do use constructor to initialize value, and when constructor is initialized, or when constructor is created, whenever you create the object of the function. And if you pass argument to the constructor, you need to pass the same data type argument to the constructor to initialize it like this. Okay, now one more little concept I want to show you is, for example, you want to create a different object, for example book2 object. You want to create a book2 object. We have created already book1 object, so we will create book2 object, and we initialize this with some other name. So book name will be this time, for example, Java tutorials. Okay, and once again you call this book2.getName. So what do you think what will happen? Because this is a different object and this is a different object. So one might think that whenever you create a second object of a class, it will overwrite the name you have given to the first object. But this doesn't happen. Every object you create, it has different or its own set of name, set of function. So this object will have independent this variable name, this function get name, and this function set name. And this has nothing to do with this object. This object will also has its own name, get name, and set name function. And this object will also have its own name, variable, and get and set functions. Okay, so when you compile this program, both object will be initialized and they will work fine. C++ tutorial, Java tutorial, and they are independent of each other, right? So it's just an instance of a class you are creating by object, and they are not related to each other, or they are not dependent on each other. Each object is independent of each other. Hello guys, welcome to the yet another video tutorial on C++ for beginners. And in the last video which I made for this series was the introduction to constructor. Now in this video I'm going to teach you about destructor. So what are destructor? Destructor is another special kind of class member function that is executed when an object of that class is destroyed. So you can say it's the counterpart of the constructor. So we use constructor to initialize some values, and we use destructor to destroy the object or variable when it goes out of the scope. Okay, so I have an example. By now you already know how to create a simple class. So I have created a simple class called books here, and I have a constructor, public constructor here, and it's nothing but the name same as your class name. So this is the declaration of the constructor. So let's see how we can declare a destructor first, and then I will show you how to use it. So to define a destructor, you just need to copy the class name once again and just paste it like this once again. But the destructor starts from this symbol called tilde. This is a small squiggly line, or I call it tilde. So this, whenever you start your member function which has the same name as class and it starts with tilde sign, it's called a destructor. And the basic use of this destructor is to destroy the object whenever it goes out of the scope. So let's see a small example. I will output something on the screen. So I will say we are in constructor and end line, and in the destructor we can say it's a destructor. Okay, so we are in destructor. Okay, and in the main function, or in main, I have defined an object of this class or an instance of this class. So if you have watched the last video, you already know that whenever I create any object of a class, first of all constructor is called, and once it goes out of the scope, which means once it goes at this line at the end of the main function, it doesn't it's not necessary that it's has to be end of the function. Whenever your object goes out of the scope, then this destructor is called. So let's compile this program and let's see what will be the result. So it's compiling. Now let's run the program, and you see here, first of all, your is called whenever you create an object of a class, and once it reaches the end of your scope, for example the end of the scope for this object is the end of this function, then this destructor is called. And whenever this destructor is called, all the resources which are contained by this book object are released, or all the memory which is held by this object is released. Okay, so it's a destructor is used to release all the resources which are used by the object. Okay, and in between this constructor and destructor you can do your basic basic programming, for example printing some something or some useful work. Okay, so it will start with the constructor, do its work, and once it goes out of the scope, then it will call this. Okay, so let's see once again. Build the program, run it. You see, first of all constructor is called, then it execute the code which you write in that same scope, and whenever it goes out of the scope it called a destructor, and all the resources are released by your object whenever this destructor is called. And one more little important thing that I have also uh, told you about this in the last video, I think, that whenever you don't even declare the constructor and destructor in the class or C++ will create a constructor and destructor for you by itself. So it depends upon you if you want to use constructor and destructor for your some useful work which you want to perform with them. Otherwise your class automatically uh, has constructor and destructor by default, so you don't need to define them explicitly. But if you can perform any useful task with constructor and destructor, for example, constructor you can initialize some values, or in the destructor you can want to release some resources from other variables or other classes, then you can do it with the help of destructor. So this is what is the use of destructor. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to show you how you can declare your classes in different file other than your main.cpp and use those classes from different files in your main.cpp, and why it is important and useful to define your classes in different files is because whenever you write a program, or whenever programmers write a big program which can contain hundreds of classes, and if they write each and every class on the same file, it becomes really overwhelming for the other programmers, for example the colleagues, or the uh, or the boss to read those classes in the same file. So in order to make your program readable and more accessible, we define our classes in different file, so we can find those classes really fast, and this makes your program really readable and understandable. So let's see how we can create files for the class, and then we will see how we can use this class in our main.cpp. So if you are using CodeBlocks or any good IDE, it has a mechanism of making those class files for you. So for example, this tutorial series I'm doing on CodeBlocks, uh, in here you need to go to File, New, and you will see the option Class here. In every good IDE you will be able to find this option Class, and in here you can define the name of the class. So for example, I want to make the book class, so I will say books, and here you can provide other options, like if you want to have destructor, or if you want to have virtual destructor, which I haven't taught you yet. So I will just uncheck everything because I would like to write my code by myself and not by this wizard. So I will just use this wizard to make the class, and everything else we are going to do by ourselves. So it will be easier to remember things. Now the second thing is you need to do is, if by default this checkbox is unchecked, which is header and implementation file shall be in same folder, just check this checkbox. And what this mean is you want to create this class files in your project folder. For example, I have my project folder here, and this project folder contains the main.cpp and this project file, and I want this class file also in the same folder. Okay, so this checkboxes does that, and then just click create and just say yes, and you can say yes. Okay, and as soon as you do that, just go to your project file once again, and you see here there are two new files generated here. One is called book.cpp and one is books.h, and you will be able to see them here also, book.h and book.cpp. Okay, before explaining these classes to you and header file to you, I would like to compile my program. So I will compile this, and in code blocks, whenever you create this class by this wizard, and whenever you compile it, it will give you this error. I am getting this error. If you are, in case you are getting this error, which is undefined reference to win main at the rate 16, then what you need to do, you just need to close this your project. So I will just close my project and I will save all my changes, and I will once again open CodeBlocks, and then this problem will be solved. So I will reopen my project once again, and once again I compile this, and you see there are no errors now. So I don't know if it's a bug or what, but uh, this is the solution I found for this problem. Okay, once this is done, you have your book.cpp file. So how you can open these files, just right click and just say open books.h or books.cpp. Okay, so we have two files here. This CodeBlocks wizard has created two files for us. One is called books.h, which is called header file, and one other is called books.cpp, which is called source file. And we haven't seen this declaration of classes. So what header file is doing here is it contains the declaration or prototyping of your class or your method. So whatever declaration of the class you want to do, you will do in this header file or books.h file. Okay, and this source file will contain the definition of those member functions or those classes. So here you will write the method definition. So I think in the earlier videos I have explained you what is not member function, but what is function prototyping. What you do in function prototyping, you just make a prototype of function at the top of or above your main function, and you can define the definition of the function below your main function. So this above which you define is called the prototyping. Same this header file is doing. It's only containing the prototypes, and this will contain all of your code for your function. So let's see what is this class containing. This code I will explain you later, so just leave it as it is for now. But this is the class definition, and we know that this is how you declare the class, and it has three preprocessor directives, or this public, protected, and private. And this I will explain you later in later videos, but we have learned how we can use public access specifier, right? So I will use only public, and this is constructor if you have followed my last video. So let's define some member variable in this public domain. So I will define int book ID, for example. So I will say book ID, and I want to define the getter and setter function for this book ID. I've also explained you this getter and setter functions in the previous videos, if you remember. So I will define first of all set. So set book ID, and what it takes, it is initialized by void, so we are not returning anything, and it takes an argument which is same as book ID. So I will say book ID but with an underscore, so we know that this is the argument and this is our member variable. In a similar way, I will define a getter. So I will say int getter returns the type which we want to return. So we have book and it has a type or data type int, so we are returning int, and I will say get book id. Okay, and it doesn't take any parameter. So this is called the prototyping of the function, right? And in header file we do the prototyping of these functions, and the definition or the source code of these function will come in this book.cpp in here. Now before moving further, you might be wondering what is this, why it's written here book colon colon books. So this double colon is called binary scope resolution operator. And why we are using this binary scope resolution operator? Because you can define different classes which can have the same function, set id and get book id, set book id and get book id. So how you will recognize that this set book id is a part of this class? So you use the name of the class colon colon the member function. So this is the constructor, which is this one, and first one is the class name. So class name and the member function, and this is books because this is the constructor, and this is also a member function of your class, right? So same thing we do with our set book id and get book id. So just remember this double colon is called binary scope resolution operator. Okay, I will copy this, and this comes just after or just before the name of your function. So this is the name of your function. Just before the name of your function, you use this name of the class, and then this binary scope resolution operator, and then name of the function. Now you can easily say that this function is a member function of this book class, right? That's why we are using this. And same we will do with this get book id. But this is our CPP file, so we need to define these function, or we need to write the source code for set book id and get book id, right? So in setter function, what we do, we just take our argument here, and we will just pass it to our member variable. So I will just do this equal to this. Okay, and what getter does, it only returns your member variable, which is this one. So you can write return book id. Okay, so this you know how to declare or define member functions. Now whenever you see this main.cpp, you see here we have defined these files here. So it has include this iostream and include this string and using namespace std. So what you need to do is, you need to copy this all these inclusions and paste it in your header file also, so that your header file or class will also know that if you use string or iostream or standard namespace, your this member variable doesn't get confused that where this comes from. So you need to include these includes, iostreams, and whatever files or headers you are including in the main file, you need to include it in the header file also. And if you see in the books.cpp, it's including books.h, which is this header file. So your source file will always initialized by this inclusion of your header file. And why we are including this? We are including this to tell your source file, which is your book.cpp, that we have declared the prototype of this class in the header file. So include all the classes or the declaration from the header file in the cpp file. So this line will include your classes or whatever declaration you have done in the header file. Now your cpp file will know that yes, I will see this declaration here, and yes, I can then uh, give the source code for these member functions here. So always include this in the cpp file. So you are including this in the cpp file, books.cpp file. You need to include this, just copy this in your main file in order to call this class in your main.cpp. Okay, so just include this book.header file in your main.cpp. Now your main.cpp knows that there is some header file, and it will go to this header file and it will see there is a class declaration there. So now it knows that there exists a class in this header file which I can use. Okay, now everything is simple. Whatever you can make the object of the class, I have already told you how to use classes. So just copy the name of the class, go to your main function, and we will define the object of the class books. And for example, book 1, so this is the object declaration, and then we can use this object to call our function member functions of the class. So first, book dot, I will call this set book id. So this will set the book id, and this will take some arguments. So I want to set book id is equal to 100, for example, and I will use get book id to print this id of the book, right? So I will write cout, and then I will write book 1 dot get book id. So this will return you the book id, right? And then once again end line. Okay, so this will return you 100 because we have set the value of book id is equal to 100, and we are getting this here and printing it. So let's compile our code, and it's compiled successfully, and when I run this program you will see 100 here. Okay, so now you can declare your classes in this form of source file and header file, and use these classes in your main.cpp file, so that it's easier to see and you understand that you have these class declaration here, and you can use these classes here. So this makes your code really simple in terms of understanding, and in a long run, when you have 10 or 50 classes, it will make your programming really easy when you define these classes in different header files and source files. Okay, hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you about arrow member selection operator. So in the last video I have shown you how you can create a class in other files other than your main.cpp. So we have created a class using this source file or .cpp file and header file. So if you haven't seen that video, just watch it so you know how you can create your file in the separate file, or how you can create a class in a separate file other than your main.cpp. So I'm going to use this class example which I have shown in the last video, and I will demonstrate how this arrow member selection operator works. So in this header book.header or book.h file, which I have made in the last video, I have defined the class prototype, and I have declared a book class, and in this we have public members, which is public member variable book ID, and we have created getter and setter of this book ID variable. So getter method and setter method of this book ID, right? So our header file contains the prototype of a class and member functions, and our source file will contain the source code of these prototype which are here. And how it knows, how your CPP file knows, by including this header file in your CPP file. It knows there is a class which exists in book.header. And I have written the source for this setter and getter method in this .cpp file, which is just setting the value and getting the value, which you know by now already. I have already explained how to define setter and getter method in C++ in the earlier videos. So this is this class is doing. It has one member variable and one setter function and one getter function for this member variable, right? And the definition or the source for these member functions for setter book ID and get book ID is here, and this I have explained you in the last video. And I have already also explained you in the last video how you can create an object of the class, for example book class, and how you can call this member method or member functions from the class using this object. Okay, so we have called set book ID and get book ID from the book class. Now you can also say that this book class is your user defined data type. So we have seen we can create string, for example string some value, and this we call it as a data type, and this we called it as a value, right? So we can also say that this book is our book data type, right, which we have created. So it's a user defined data type, and this is a variable in other words, right? And we can use the concept of pointer, which I have explained you in the earlier videos, and we can use the address of this object to access our member functions from the class. So how we can do it? We can define a books pointer, for example. So I will say first of all this asterisk and then book pointer. And what this book pointer does, or what is a pointer? A pointer is a variable whose value is the address of another variable, right? If you remember. So I want to give the value of this pointer as an address of this book class. So I will write equal to, and we give address by this and sign, and address of book class. So we have created a pointer of type book. Okay, and by using this pointer we can access these set and get method, like we have seen in the case of book1. So when we created book1, we can use dot separator to access these member variable. But whenever you use pointer, what you need to do, either you can do it like this. So you just copy this pointer of type book and give this bracket and paste this pointer inside this, and then write dot your whatever member variable you want to call. So I call set book ID, and I set it 300, for example. Okay, and I want to print this. So once again I will just copy this whole pointer dot the get book ID or the member variable. So either you can use this kind of definition to call member variables, and I compile this program and I will run this program. So let's run it, and it says 100 and 300. So it's working fine. Our pointer of book type is working fine. But there is a better way of doing this, which we are doing. It looks a little bit weird or ugly when we see it. So what we can do, instead of doing the pointer in the brackets dot the member function, instead of this I can just copy my pointer, which is book pointer, and I will give arrow like this, and this arrow is called the arrow member selection operator, and the function of this is same as this dot separator, but whenever you use arrow, your C++ program knows that this is a pointer. So whenever you use pointer, you separate it, or you can access your member variable by using these arrow access or arrow member selection operator, right? And I can do the same here. So I will call this select or set book ID here, and this time I will set book ID 1000, for example, and I will call this cout here, and I can once again use this arrow separator or arrow member selection operator to call my get function also, or get book ID also, and this looks much better. You don't need to write this all, even though this is also valid in this case, but this looks much better. And by seeing this arrow separator, you can say that this variable or this object is our pointer of this type, or whatever type you define, and this will work same as this code. So let's try to compile the program and run the program, and you see here we can see 1000 this time. So you can define the pointer of a class, and using this pointer of a class you can access the member variable of a class either like this or using this arrow member selection operator. Okay, so I hope you have learned this arrow member selection operator very in a very good way. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you about operator overloading in C++. So we all know that C++ has some operators which we can use to perform some algorithmic task, or you can perform some comparison task from these operators. So for example, we have some of these kind of operator which you can see here. So we have this plus operator, equal to operator, minus or asterisk, or this backslash, percentage, and we also have these comparison operators in C++. And by these operator we can use these operator to for example, we can use this plus operator to add two integer values or two double values or two float values, right? So we can use it like this. We have two integer, for example x and y. We can use this plus operator to add these x and y and store it into this z variable, and this is also a equal to operator, and equal to operator we use it for assigning the value. So these are the some of the inherent properties of these operators. So C++ has defined that we can use plus to add two values or equal to assign the values. But for example, we have some values, or we have some object which we want to add, for example. So for example, I have this class called vector, and I want to add the two object of this class. Okay, so I will define two vectors like this: vector1, which has object vec1, and second class object vec2, and I want to add these vec1 and vec2 and assign it in the third vector called vec3. Is it possible using C++? Well, when I compile it and when I see it, it will give me an error, because C++ doesn't know that there is a class called vector. So C++ libraries doesn't have these this class. This class is user defined class, right? So it doesn't know if we use plus, it has to add these two object of the class. Okay, so we can use a concept called operator overloading, and it's same as method overloading. What is method overloading? We can define two functions of same name, and these two functions can perform two different tasks, but they can have the same name, and this is called function overloading. In the same way, we can use operator overloading to perform the same or perform two different tasks from a same operator. For example, I want to add these two objects. I can do this whenever I I define a operator which can be overloaded. So let's see how we can do this. So for example, I want to add two vector values which are the Cartesian values, and I will give you an example. So for example, I want to add these two Cartesian values, for example 4 comma 2 and 2 comma 2. I can do it in mathematics. It's done by like this. So 4 plus 2, which is 4, plus 2 is equal to 6, right? And this y 2 plus 2, here 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. So I want to add these two Cartesian value using a class, and I want to use plus operator for that, and I want the result like this. Can we do this? Let's see if we can do this by operator overloading. We can certainly do that by operator overloading. So let's see. I have defined this class called vector. It has two public member variable which are integer x and y, and I have this default constructor which doesn't take any values in it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to define one more constructor. So I will overload this constructor. So this is the default constructor, and I will overload this constructor. This is the same concept as function overloading, right? So we can use the same constructor of same name to perform two different tasks, and I can write int a comma int b. So what it's doing, it is I am initializing this vector constructor by two values a and b, and these two a and b, the value of a and b, I will assign to x and y. So x is equal to a and y is equal to b. Okay, so this is simply doing this. Okay, and now how we can define operator overloading. So whenever you want to define operator overloading, what you need to do is, first of all, you need to make a prototype of this. And operator overloading returns, when you define operator overloading, it returns the same class as your class. So we are in vector class, so it will return operator vector, right? And then we specify that we want to do operator overloading by the keyword called operator, and then just after this operator keyword we need to give the operator for which you want to overload this. So for example, we want to overload plus operator, okay, and we want to add these two Cartesian values with this plus operator. So I will use plus. You can use some other operators like minus here, or this percentage here, or any other operator which you can see here, or any other operator which exists in C++. You can use all these operators instead of this plus, which I'm using in this case, okay. And then I will pass argument here, which will be the class, okay. So I will write const and the class object. So I will just copy the name of the class and I will use this address of the class, okay. So this is the prototype of operator. So we want to overload plus, right? Now in order to define or write the source for this operator, what we can do, we can just we also need, okay, we can just copy this prototype from here, and just outside your class we can define this here, right? So I will just copy this and paste it here, and I will write definition of this function or operator, okay. And because I've already told you in the last video, we need to give the scope for this operator, right? So we need to give this class of the operator in which class exists, and then these two double colon which are scope resolution operators, right? So now you know that this, by seeing this vector colon colon, you know that this operator is a part of this class, which is a vector class, okay. Now we can write the definition of in this vector function. So I will copy this same class here, and I will name it as temp. So I created a temp object of this class, and what I want to do, I want to do the addition of the two vectors using this. So I will use temp dot x, this one, which is a member variable of the class, is equal to x plus temp or param, which I have to pass here, parameter, parameter, okay. So which whatever parameter we will pass, which will be object or an object of this vector, we can use it like this, dot x, okay. So what this is doing, this is also an object of class vector, and this is also an object of class vector, right? And whatever we pass here, we want to add it to our temporary object, which is this one, okay. Similarly, I want to do the same for the y variable, y member variable. So I will do y, y, and y, because we have two coordinates, right? And what I want to do next, because this is expecting the vector object return, I will return this temp like this. So return temp like this, okay. So what this code will do, it will just add the parameter which you pass here to the temp, and it will return, okay. And this operator will addition operator will be overloaded by this one, okay. Now how to use this in the class? So in the same way, I can define two object of a vector class. So vec1, and I'm going to use this constructor which takes two integer values. Okay, so I will pass two integer values. I will pass first coordinate here, so 4 comma 2 here. Okay, 4 comma 2. So I will pass 4 comma 2, and I will make second vector, and I will pass my second value here, so vector 2, and my second value is 2 comma 2, for example, right? And I can add these two values in a third vector, so I will say vector result, and I can add these two vectors like this. Result is equal to vec1 plus vec2. Okay, and this will now not give you an error because we already told our C++ libraries that there exists a plus operator which is able to add two classes or two objects of the class vector. Okay, now we can display the result, for example, like this. Cout, and how we want to display the result. Let's see. Cout, and we can say in double quotes the result is, and in the bracket we want to give first of all the x, so I will say result dot x. Okay, and then I want to give the comma, so I will give this once again, and double quotes I will say comma, and then the value of y. Okay, so result dot y. Okay, so now result dot x and result dot y will contain the addition of these two, 6 comma 4 in our case. Okay, and then once again I will use this bracket to close it, and I will use end L to end the line. And first of all, we forgot this. Okay, so now this will show the result like this. Let's try to compile and check whether it's okay or not. So this is showing the error. Let's see what's the error is. Okay, so this spelling of const is wrong. It should be like this. I will explain you what this const mean, what is the purpose of using this const, but for now just uh, take it as it is. Okay, I will now recompile my program once again, and yeah, same spelling once again. Okay, so our program runs successfully or compiled successfully, and let's try to run this. And you see the result is 6 comma 4. So we have successfully added two vector object using this plus operator in C++. Okay, so in the same way you can subtract, or you can use all the operators which you have in C++ to overload. You can overload equal to or double equal to or asterisk or whatever we have in C++, we can overload. Okay.
Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what is inheritance and how to use inheritance in C++. So we all know that C++ is an object-oriented programming language, right? And inheritance is one of the most important concept of object-oriented programming. So what inheritance does? Inheritance allows us to define a class in terms of another class, right? So once again, inheritance allows us to define a class in terms of another class, which makes us easier, or which makes it easier to create and maintain our application. And this in result will increase the reusability of code and faster implementation of our code. So let me give you an example. For example, you want to calculate the area of some shapes, and this shape is a polygon, right? So what a polygon can be? Polygon can be a rectangle, polygon can be a square, polygon can be even triangle, right? And why I'm saying this is because each of the polygon has similar property. And what is the property? Every polygon, rectangle or square or triangle, have height and width. Okay, so height and width are common to each polygon, but the calculation of area for each of the polygon is different, right? So what we can do is we can define a class which have width and height that we can reuse in other class, for example rectangle, square, triangle, or any other variable, so that it will reduce our code writing also, and it will use the reusability of our width and height in our polygon class. So let's see how we can define uh, inheritance classes in C++. So I have already told you we have polygon class, and in this class, for example, I named this class as shape. Okay, and this class has two member variables, width and height, as I have told you. And what are these? These are protected members. Now I think I haven't discussed about protected access modifier before, so this is the right time, I think. So protected member of a class are reusable or can be used in other class which is inheriting this class. Okay, so I'm going to give you once I complete this example, you will be able to understand what is protected, and I will repeat this definition once again. And you already know what is public members. Public members are available in other classes freely, even though they are not inheriting from the base class. So we have our class which we call as base class, which will be a base class for rectangle, square, or triangle classes, and the height and width we want to keep common to this rectangle, square, or triangle class. So we have the class called shape, which has protected members, which is height and width, and which has public function which sets these the value of width and height. Okay, so this is a simple function which takes two arguments, and whatever argument we pass it in this function, it will set the value of these two, width and height, right? So this shape is a base class. Now for example, I define a class called rectangle, rectangle this little bit. Okay, so rectangle, and in this rectangle we want to calculate the area of the rectangle. Okay, so this has public function called
void area. And what it does, it's just we are using to calculate the area of the rectangle, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to use these width and height from the shape class to our rectangle class. And how we can use it? By using inheritance. And how we can inherit from our shape class to our rectangle class. Okay, so this shape class in our case is called a base class, and rectangle class is in our case is called the derived class. And how we can inherit from this shape class, inherit these member variables or member functions in the derived class. We just use a colon, this kind of colon, and then we define a access modifier, which is public, and then the name of our class from which we are deriving. Okay, so this kind of declaration is called inheriting from the base class to the derived class. And rectangle in this case is called the derived class, and shape in this case is called the base class from which we are inheriting. And what we are inheriting? We are inheriting height and width of the polygon. Okay, so we have the function, public function, and we want to calculate the area, right? So what we can do, because we are inheriting from the shape class which have height and width defined already, we can use all the public and protected members of the base class in our derived class. We can use this height and width in our derived class. So what we can do, return what is the area of the rectangle, height into width. And because we are inheriting from shape class, and these are the member variable of shape class, we can use it here also, height multiplied by width. Okay, so inheritance allows us to reuse the base class member variable which are either protected or public. Okay, and it will give you the area of the rectangle, right? Now in order to calculate the area, let's define a other class, for example triangle, and this also will inherit from the shape class, and we also want to calculate the area of the triangle. So this is a class, second class, which is inheriting from the shape class, and in this class also we want to calculate the area of the rectangle, triangle, right? And the area of triangle is height into width divided by 2, right? If you all agree with me, I think. So area of the triangle is width into height divided by 2, right? So what we are doing, we are reusing the variables from our base class in our derived classes, which are rectangle and triangle. Now we can just define the object of our rectangle class. Rectangle is equal to rectangle rec. Okay, and we can define the object of triangle class, triangle tri, for example. And what we can do is we can reuse, or we can use the function which is set value, which is there in the shape class, by using these objects called rectangle or triangle, because we are inheriting from our shape class, right? So once we write rect, which is an object of rectangle class, dot, and you can see here set values is available here, right? So we are going to use this, and we can set, for example, we want to calculate the area. Width is equal to 15 and the height is equal to 10. Okay, so this will give you the width and height. With this will set the width and height. And I forgot one thing, because we are returning this, we need to return int instead of void, right? You may be confused why I'm writing void here. It should be int because we are returning integer value, right? In a similar way, I can use triangle object to calculate the area of the triangle, and the member function set value is also available here. For example, the same values I want to give in the case of this triangle to calculate the area of triangle. So this set function is there in our base class, but we can reuse this in our derived class using the object of our derived classes, right? Now to calculate the area, I can just write std, not here, but here, standard, which is standard, cout, and then we can just print area rectangle is equal to, so the area of rectangle we can find it from this rectangle function, which is a area function, right? Area. So we can use this object of this rectangle class, right? So rec dot area, right? It will give us the area of the rectangle. Then I will just write the end line, and in a similar way I can find the area of the triangle, area triangle. Okay, and this time we are going to use try object. So let's try and run the program. I will just build this, and yes, we want to build it now, and it gives some error. Let's see what is the error. Okay, so here I forgot the semicolon, here also I forgot the semicolon, and let's rebuild it once again. And still, because this has to be here. And when we will build it, we can see area rectangle is 150, which is 10 multiplied by 15, which is 150, and the area of triangle is 75, which is 15 multiplied by 10 divided by 2, which is 75. Okay, so this is the concept of inheritance. So once again, what inheritance does? Inheritance allows us to reuse our member functions or member variables from the base class, which is shape in our case, and we can inherit from shape class because what we want to reuse this height and width function in our rectangle class and triangle class, or even square class, for example. And in the derived class, so class which is inheriting from our base class is called the derived class, and in this this class has the access to all the protected members and public members of the base class. So what are protected members? Protected members are the members which can be reused in the derived class. Okay, so class in which we are deriving, from which we are deriving, these are protected. But if it was a private member, height and width were the private member, we cannot use it in the derived class. Private members are private to the class. They cannot be reused outside the class. And what are the public members? Public members can be used everywhere, right? Even if this rectangle class will not be derived from the shape class, even then also we will use public members from shape class. But in order to reuse this height and width, we need to define these members as protected, because we are inheriting from this and we want to reuse this height and width, right? So this is how you use protected members. Protected members are only available in the derived class and not in any other class. And public members are available in any class, even though it's not inheriting any class. And private members cannot be used outside your class because they are private, right? So this is the difference between public protected and private access modifiers. And this is how you can use uh, this inheritance. Now, how you come to know that you can use inheritance in your C++ program? So C inheritance always have the relation of is a relation. So I will write it in double quote, is a relation. Okay, and what is this is a relation? If you can find this relation, for example, rectangle is a polygon, right? Square is a polygon, triangle is a polygon. Then you can use inheritance, right? I will give you another example. For example, we have the base class called animal, and we have derived class dog, cat, for example. So dog is an animal, right? Cat is an animal. So in this case also we can use inheritance, where our animal class will be a base class which can be reused in place of shape, and dog and cat can be used as derived class which can inherit from animal class.
Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how to use inheritance in C++, and I have shown you how you can create a base class and create a derived class from which you can inherit from base class. So we have seen in the last video that our shape is our base class. I have given you an example of this polygon and types of polygon, right? And the polygon, for example, shape class was our base class, and the rectangle which was inheriting this shape class was the derived class, right? So we were just calculating the area of rectangle using the inheritance method in this example, right? If you haven't remembered this example, just watch the last video. And in this video I'm going to show you that it's not only that you can inherit from one class, it's also allowed to multiple inheritance or inherit from multiple classes in C++. So if you remember, we have created in the last video a shape class which was our base class, and the rectangle class which was our derived class. Let's create one more base class, for example class, and I will name it as description, which will give us the description of any class, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple program, print, and what it takes a string which gives us the description. Okay, so and what I'm going to do is I'm going to print std cout, and then I'm going to print we are using, and then I'm going to give the space, and I'm going to use this description variable which I'm passing it as an argument, and I can just say class. Okay, and I will end line. Okay, so this is a very simple class. Let me give the access modifier also. Okay, so this is a very simple base class, and what it does is it just gives us the description of whatever we pass as an argument, right? So one class which is a shape class, we have used this class in the last video as a base class, and for example we want to use this description class also as a base class for our rectangle class. So what we can do, we can multiple inherit from shape class as well as your description class. And how you can do, you can just separate your inheritance by a comma, or in base classes by a comma. So now this rectangle is inheriting from shape class as well as description class, but don't forget to give this access specifier to every base class here. Okay, so we are inheriting from two classes, and now in the main I have created, if you have remembered, that I have created a object called rectangle rec, and I can calculate or set the values using this set value method from our shape base class, right? So from our rectangle object, which is a object of our rectangle class, we can access the method from the base class, which was the shape class. In a similar way, we can access the method from description class from or by using the object of our rectangle class, because we are inheriting from our description class into the rectangle class also, right? So what we can do is we can just, in the next line, we can use this rectangle class or object, and we can, whenever we just write dot separator, we can see the print method is also available, which is a method we have defined in description class, right? But because we are inheriting from description class, it's available to the object of your rectangle class also. Just use this, and you can just give a string as a parameter, and for example I can say rectangle. Okay, so we passed rectangle as a parameter. Now I'm going to run the program. I need to build it first and then run the program. Now I'm going to run this, and now you can see we are using rectangle class, right? So in this way you can inherit from multiple classes, and all the function or member variables are available for usage by the instance of the derived class also. Okay, so this is from the base class function, right? This in the last video we have seen this, we have defined in the base class. In a similar way, this print method we have defined in the base class called description. We haven't defined any print method in the rectangle class. But even then also we will be able to use this print method from the description class, because we are inheriting from the description class in the rectangle class. And whenever we inherit, the public and protected members of the base class are available for use to the derived class. Okay, so in this way you can do multiple inheritance in C++. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you what are friend classes and how to use friend classes in C++. So in principle we know that we cannot use private or protected members of class outside the class. So for example, we have a class called my class, and it has a private member variable called secret. And we all know that if we declare this variable in this private, under this private access modifier, we cannot use this outside the class. Now sometimes we need to use this private members of the class in other classes, and in this case we use friend classes or friend keyword. So let me give you an example first. So we have this my class which has a private member called secret, right? Let's declare another class which I call my another class, for example, and this class wants to access the secret variable which is private. So we all know that we cannot use this, right? So for example, there is a public uh, member function in this my another class, and we can call it anything. For example, void show secret. Okay, so this is a function, and let's give it an argument. So I will pass my first class here as an argument, okay, because I want to use the secret in my second class. So, and I will call it my or MC for my class, and then I want to use this. For example, I want to use, so this is MC is the object of the class, as you all know that we can create an instance of a class. But when we want to access the secret variable, which is a private variable in my class, so when I write dot and when I write mc.secret and when I try to compile this, let's see what happens. And it gives us an error. And what is the error? So this error is within this context. So my class secret is private within this context, which is true, and which is also, we know by definition that we cannot use private members of a class in another class, right? But for example, for some reason you want to use this private member in your another class. How can you do it? You just need to declare that the class in which you want to use the private member, you just need to copy the name of this class. So because my another class wants to use the private member in the first class called my class, right? So I need to declare this my another class as a friend of this my class. So what I can do? I can just write a keyword called friend and then class and then the class name for which I want to make the friend or make this friend. Okay. So if you declare in your first class that this another class, my another class is the friend of this class, then this keyword allows you to access the private member by this class. So now if you declare that my another class is a friend of my class, then my another class has the access to the private members of the class. Okay, so I'm going to build it and hopefully it will not show any error, and it doesn't show any error. Okay, so for example I have the value for secret is equal to 10 and I want to set this value to some another value. I can set it, right? So I can do plus plus for example in this function, and then what I can do, I can simply call the instance of this class here my another class, right? And I can say MAC for my another class, which is the object, and then I can declare the instance of my class, which is my first class, which is MC for example, and then I can call this function using MAC from my another class show secret dot show secret, right? And it takes an argument which is the instance of the class which we have this private member in, right? So just copy this instance here and then you will be able to see the value of the secret. So for example I can see out here or std colon see out, and I can just print the value of this. Okay, and std colon and l. Okay, so now I will compile the program and then I will run the program. It compiles fine, run it, and it shows the value of the secret is 11, right? Which is true because we set the value of secret as 10 and we are increasing this to plus 1 and now the value is 11. So the basic thing is whenever you want to use a private or protected members from one class to another class, you need to use friend keyword or friend class keyword of the class in which you want to use this private members. Okay, so for example this is the class in which you want to use the private member of my class, then you need to give this keyword friend class my class so that this my class knows that my another class is a friend of this class, so I can use these private members from the other class. Okay. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to teach you what is polymorphism and how we can use polymorphism in C++. But before that, I must recommend you that you must know the basic concept of inheritance in C++ and you must have some knowledge of pointers. So if you are following these videos, you can find the lesson on inheritance in the video number 32. So I will strongly recommend you that please watch and understand how inheritance work first and then watch this video. because polymorphism depends upon inheritance strongly. So I must recommend you to watch that video and then uh, see this video. Okay, so what is polymorphism? If we see the literal meaning of polymorphism, then polymorphism means having many forms. So typically polymorphism occurs when there is a hierarchy of classes and they are related by inheritance, right? So the polymorphism or the property called polymorphism we can use where we are using inheritance or classes are related by the hierarchy of inheritance. That's why I was stressing on watching the lesson on inheritance. Okay, now how we can use inheritance in C++? Not inheritance but polymorphism. So I'm going to take an example from the video number 32, in which I have shown you how inheritance works. Okay, so this was the example I have used in video number 32, and what I have done in that video, I have declared a class which was a base class, and this class I named it as shape. And what my purpose of creating this class was, I wanted to calculate the area of some polygons, for example triangle or rectangle or any other polygon. Okay, and I wanted to calculate the area of those polygons using a base class, because every polygon has the property that it has height and width. Okay, and you can calculate the area of triangle, for example square, triangle or rectangle, on the basis of height and width. Okay, so I defined in that video in which I have taught you this inheritance, this class called shape, and this has a public method set values, and this has two member variables which are height and width. Okay, so if you don't remember, just watch the video on inheritance and you would know. Okay, so we have this class, and in which we have two variables, height and width, to calculate the area, and we have a member function called set values. And this member function, what it was doing, it was just setting whatever argument are passed to it to the width and height. Okay, so we have this base class. Now I have defined two derived classes which are inheriting from my shape base class. Okay, so I have defined a rectangle class which is called a derived class, and I'm inheriting from my base class which is my shape class. And what I'm doing here, I have only one member method here which calculates the area of rectangle. Okay, and how I am calculating the area of rectangle? Because I am inheriting from the base class shape, the member functions, public and protected member functions, are available in this class also from the base class. That's why I will be able to use the member functions just like height and width from shape in my derived class, which is a rectangle class, and I'm just multiplying this height and width to calculate the area. Okay, so this is the area of rectangle. In a similar way, I'm creating a class called triangle, and this has also one member function which is calculating the area of triangle, and the area of triangle is height into width divided by 2, right? So I will divide it by 2, and this is because we are also inheriting from shape in this triangle class also. So the member variables and member functions, public and protected member functions, are available in this triangle class also to use. Okay, so this gives the area of triangle in triangle class, and this member function area gives the area of rectangle in rectangle class. And to set the height and width, we are using this base class shape. Okay, now what I want to do is, I have already told you what is polymorphism. Polymorphism is having many forms. So what my goal is, I want to define my rectangle class and my triangle class in terms of my shape class. So what I can do, first of all, I will define the instance or object of my rectangle class, rectangle REC, and in a same way I will define the instance of my triangle class, TRI for example. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create an instance of this base class shape. Okay, and I call it poly for example, because shape, I want to calculate the area of polygon, right? Polygon, that means rectangle or triangle. So I will name it as poly, and I will define the pointer to this object like this. If you don't know pointer, I have already shown you how to use pointers in previous videos, so you may want to uh, see those videos if you don't know about pointers. So I have defined a object which is a pointer, and which points to, this is important, which points to the address of my rectangle class. Okay, which points to the object of my rectangle class. So this is the object to the rectangle class, and when we use AND, it is the address of this object. And what is a pointer? If you remember, pointer is a variable which points to the address of the another variable, and this is a rectangle variable right now. Okay, and because why we are able to do that, because there is a property in C++ that whenever you inherit from a base class to a derived class, you can define an object in terms of derived class object like this. Okay, in a similar way, I can derive a poly2. So let me name it, this is poly1 and this is poly2, and I can do the similar thing with triangle object or tri object. So what I'm doing, I'm defining a pointer which points to the address of my triangle class object, and this is really the essence of polymorphism. So what you have done, you have defined a class in terms of other class, or this poly or this shape has many forms. Once it has the rectangle form, once it has triangle forms. And what is polymorphism? Having many forms, right? I have already told you in the starting of the video. So this is solving our purpose. We can define poly object or polygon object or shape object of shape in terms of rectangle also, and in terms of triangle also, right? So then what we can do, simply we can use this poly object to set the values. For example, poly, And if you remember, whenever we define a pointer to the class, we use this arrow member. So this is like this, not underscore but minus and then arrow. Okay, and we can set the values, and in this values we can define any values to calculate the area. So the height, for example, is 10 and width is 20, for example. In a similar way, when I want to set the width and height of the triangle, I can set it like this, poly 2, this should be poly 2, and then I can set it the same function I can use from my shape class to set the values. Okay, now I want to calculate the area of the both triangle and the rectangle. So what I can do, I can just simply call, so I will just see out std colon see out, and then I can call my triangle or rectangle object here dot, I can just call the area member function from my rectangle class. If you remember, this class has a function called area. I can just directly call this area function because it's calculating the area dependent upon the height and width, and height and width we have already set, so it will give the area std and line. In a similar way, I can just print the area of triangle, right? I just need to use this tri and I can calculate the area of triangle. I will build my program and I will see if it has some errors or not, and if it compiles I will run it, and you can see it gives two values, 200 which is the area of rectangle, which is 10 multiplied by 20, and 100 which is the area of triangle, which is 10 multiplied by 20 by 2. Okay, so once again, in order to use polymorphism, you have to have the hierarchy of classes in terms of inheritance. Always remember that. And whenever you want to use polymorphism, the basic definition of polymorphism is to define a class or to class which can have many forms, more than one forms, and this is doing the same. Our shape uh, instance is having rectangle form in at one place, and our shape object has triangle form at another place. So you can assign or define other polygon classes, for example square or any other polygon classes, and you can even define that polygon class if you are inheriting from the shape class in terms of the other classes also, and you can calculate area or whatever you want to calculate. So this is the basics of polymorphism in C++. Hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you what is a virtual member function and what is a pure virtual member function. But before showing you how this virtual member function and how to declare this virtual member function, I must recommend you that you must know the basic concept of polymorphism in order to understand this virtual function, because uh, this virtual member functions are generally used whenever you are using polymorphism. So I have shown you how to use polymorphism in the last video. If you don't know what is polymorphism, I have shown that in the last video, so please watch that. And I'm going to take the same example from the last video in order to demonstrate this virtual member function. So in the last video I have defined a base class
which I call it as a shape class. And what my purpose was is I wanted to calculate the area of different shapes. So I have this base class called shape, and this was this shape class, which is my base class, have these member variable height and width, and have this member function called set values. And what this is doing, this is just doing this this is just setting the values of width and height here, right? And I've also defined a derived class, which I call rectangle, and which is inheriting from this shape class. And this has only one function called area. And this, what this was doing, this was just calculating the area of the rectangle by multiplication of height and width. And if you know, when you are inheriting from a class, its member functions are available in the derived class if they are private, or if they are public or protected members, right? In a similar way, I have defined this triangle class to calculate the area of triangle, and I was inheriting from my shape class. And this triangle class also had a member function called area, and I was calculating the area by multiplication of height and width divided by 2. And let's see how virtual function work. So first of all, what is a virtual member function? A virtual member function is a member function that can be redefined in the derived class. Okay, so let's see how we can define a virtual member function. Uh, One more important thing is you can define a virtual function or virtual member in your base class only. Okay, so my shape class is the base class, so I can define the virtual member function here. So how you can define, you just need to use the keyword virtual and then the normal definition of a member function. So for example, I want to call my function as area, so I will just define the function called area, which takes no argument, and it returns 0, for example. Okay, so this is how you can declare a virtual function. And what is the use of defining this virtual function? So if you define your member function as a virtual function in your base class, you can provide the redefinition of this function in your derived classes. So I have this virtual function called area. I can provide the redefinition of this virtual function in my rectangle class by the same name area, like this. And I can even define the same or redefinition of this function in my triangle class. By redefinition, I mean the name of the function is same, or the prototype of the function is same, but the implementation is different for different classes, or the implementation is depending upon the class in which it's defined. Okay, so the prototype is same, which is int area, and the definition is different. In the case of rectangle, I was calculating just height into width, and in the case of triangle, I'm calculating the triangle area by height into width divided by 2. So the basic use of virtual function in the base class is just to tell C++ that we have defined this function as a virtual function because we want to redefine this function in my derived class, and I want to redefine the definition of this virtual function in my derived class according to the requirement of the derived classes. And this virtual member function you can use as a normal virtual function whenever you want to use it in the main class. So for example, I declare a instance of this poly. uh, by the way, this code I have written in the last video, right? If you remember,
and I have defined the instances of my derived classes rectangle and triangle like this, rec and try, and this I have also defined the uh, instance of my base class, which I call it poly, right? And according to the polymorphism concept, I can point to this derived class using my base class like this. So I can define a pointer which has the reference of my derived class object. Okay. In a similar way, I have done the definition of this triangle derived class also. And in a similar way, I can point to my base class also. So this is the instance of my base class, which is pointing to the base class itself. And I can set these values, set values, which I have defined in my base class. You can see, which set the value of width and height here. And then I can calculate the area of the specific member or specific class for the specific class. So rectangle gives the area of rectangle, triangle gives the area of triangle, and poly gives the area of polygon, which I have defined. And I can compile it and I can run it, and it gives the area like this. So the area of rectangle is 200, which is 10 into 20. Rectangle area of triangle is 100, which is 10 into 20 divided by 2, and area of poly is 0 because we have defined a virtual member function which was returning 0 here, right? Now this is about virtual member function. Now what is a pure virtual member? So a pure virtual member is a member which have no definition. So right now I have defined a virtual member function like this, and this is returning 0 here. That means I have provided some definition to my function. But if you want to tell that this is a pure virtual function, you don't even provide any definition here. And how you can say that this is a pure virtual function? You just need to assign 0 to this function, and then tells this type of declaration tells C++ that this is a pure virtual member function. And what is the speciality of this pure virtual member function? The speciality is you don't even have to give the definition to this pure virtual member function in your base class. You can redefine this virtual member function in your derived classes like this. Okay, so this is a short way of telling C++ that you have this function in the base class which you want to redefine in your derived classes according to the requirement of the derived classes. So you can do it like this. This is how you can define a pure virtual member functions. Okay. Now suppose, for example, I don't give the definition here uh, of this pure virtual member function. Okay, and I don't calculate the area of this rectangle also, for example. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to compile my program. So I compile it and it gives me the error. Okay, and why it's giving me the error? Because it says cannot declare variable poly to be the abstract type shape. So this error is coming because I haven't defined or I haven't given the definition of member function or pure virtual function area in my rectangle class. So this is the restriction of pure virtual function. If you define a pure virtual function in your base class, you need to redefine the definition of this member function in your derived class, otherwise it will give the error. Okay, so I haven't redefine this area member function in my rectangle class, which is deriving from my shape class. So this is throwing an error, or this will give the compilation error, right? So I have to give the definition of this member function, virtual member function area in my derived class, otherwise it will throw an error. So once again I will define the definition here, and once again I compile it, and it will run fine, I think. Let me see. And once again, it cannot declare variable poly because it's abstract type. Let's see. Yeah, so once you have this, once you define your function as a pure virtual member function, it makes your class as an abstract class. And what is the abstract class? Abstract class is a normal class, but the speciality of the abstract class is it's just the definition of the class. So abstract class are something very similar to our shape class, and abstract classes are just the definition of the member function, and no implementation is given here. Okay, so we haven't given any implementation of the area function, so we cannot define this object here. This is true. And once again compile it. Yeah, I need to remove this also, and this will not give me an error. Okay, so always remember that if you define your member function as a pure virtual function, this makes your base class as an abstract class, and abstract class is a class which have only the definition. Okay, so not the definition but the prototyping definition you provide in the derived classes. Okay, so notice that our area here has no definition. Okay, hello guys, welcome once again. In this video I'm going to teach you what are function templates and how we can use function templates in C++. So first of all, what are templates? A template or templates are the foundation of generic programming. So for example, you want to make your program more generic in order to increase the usability of the program, then you use templates. So let me give you an example. For example, I want to make a function which adds two values. Okay, so this is simple. You can make a function which will return an integer, and we can add, for example, int a comma int b. So we are passing two arguments to the function, and we just return a plus b. This is simple, right? So we are making a calculator. We want to make some function which calculates the addition of two values, and we can do it like this. And in our main we can just call two variables. For example, int x is equal to 36, for example, and int y is equal to 46, and you can just output this like this. Cout, and then you can call this add function. This is really simple stuff, and you already know, I think, what I'm doing, right? And I'm just calling this function, and then I will just end this, and this will give me a result, right? So let me run this program, compile and run. So run the program and it gives the answer. But for example, you want to add, so this is adding integers, right? You cannot use double values or float values or even string values with this function, right? Because this is the data type is fixed in this function. Okay, so suppose you want to make a generic calculator and you want to make a calculator or function like this that it can accept float, double and any other integer values. So what you can do, you can just overload this function, for example, with float, for example, float, 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 and here double, for example, double, double, double. And this is also fine. This will achieve the purpose of making a single function generic, but it's taking too much lines of code and it makes your code lengthier, right? Now in order to make this function really generic, we can use templates, and this is the whole purpose of template, to make a function uh, generic. So what we can do is we can use a keyword called template just above the function name, and then in this angle brackets you can just write class, the keyword, and then name of your type. This is user defined name. So for example, I give my template class name data type. This is given by me. Okay, and what you just need to do, you just need to replace your data type, which is int, in our case int, with this data type. Just copy this, paste it here, paste it here, paste it here. And this is the simple definition of a template. Okay, and what this is doing is it's just telling C++ that we want to make this function generic using templates, and this data type which we are using in here will be replaced by the initialization which is given to the function. Okay, and let's build our program and run it, and it will still give the answer. Now for example, we are adding two integer right now, and we can change it to double values, double, double, and we can make it 36 point some decimal points and 46 point some decimal points. Compile it and run it, and it gives the answer. Okay, or you can even make it float or any other values, and it will give your result. So this type of template function templates can make your function really generic, and you don't need to invest your time in rewriting the same code again and again, unless and until the purpose of this code is same, right? Now there is a one little restriction when you use this template, not a restriction, but you can work around it. But in this particular condition, there is a restriction that if you define this data type here, here and here, this data type is same type, 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 right? So you cannot use int here, and so now x is an integer and y is a double value. But here we have defined the template will be this data type which is same here, data type, data type, data type and data type, which is of same type. So we cannot pass two different data type to a same function. Okay, so it has to be similar data type. If you define double, then all the function argument takes double values, double and double. Or if you define, or if you want to give integer values to a function, you can just define two integer values. Let's see what happens when we compile this, and it gives the error. And what is the error? Let's see what is the error. And the error says no matching function to call add int and double, right? So always remember when you are using templates like this, in which you are passing two data type in in here and in here, you just need to give the same data type or pass the same data type to your function. Okay. There is a other ways of passing multiple parameters to a function using template, and that I'm going to show you in the next video. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last video I have shown you how you can use function templates in C++, and I have shown you how to use a function template which takes one parameter, and I have shown you what is a single restriction, a small restriction which this template function has, and which is when you use a single data type as a function parameter. I'm indicating function parameter as data type here. Okay, so when we use function parameter as a single data type, you need to give the single value or single data type value to the function. So I need to pass the single data type here, and I cannot pass two different data type when I am using a single data type here, right? Now, in order to solve this problem, we can pass multiple parameters to templates. Okay, so for example, I want to calculate the maximum of two values, and I want that these two data type of these two values that I'm passing should be different. One can be integer, or other can be double, or one can be float, or other can be integer, double, or any value, right? So what I can do is, for example, I want to calculate the maximum value. I can use the ternary operators to calculate it, and I can say when A is greater than B, then return me A, or otherwise return me B. Okay, so this is a ternary operator which gives the result of the condition. If the condition is true, it gives the first value. If the condition is false, it gives the second value. Okay, now I want to pass two different data types. So what I can do is I can just pass two different data type by just copying and pasting as an argument. You know, when you want to pass multiple data types to a function, you just separate them by comma. In here also you just need to separate them by comma, but just change the name, first data type, and for example second data type. Okay, and for example I want to return first data type, and I want to pass first data type as a first argument of the function, and second data type as a second argument of the function. Okay, and I want to calculate the maximum value. Okay, now I can pass integer or double here, and it will be fine, and I can run this and it gives me the result. Okay, and for example I want to change this. This should be, for example, float and 36.4, and this should be integer, for example, which is 46. Compile it and run it, and still gives me the result, right? So in this way you can pass multiple parameters to your function template, and it gives you more flexibility in order to use multiple parameters. Hello guys, welcome once again. In the last two videos I have been showing you how to use function template in C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can use templates with classes. So I'm going to show you how you can use class templates in C++. So let's get started. First of all, how to declare a template class. It's just like declaring a template function. You just need to use template keyword, and then in these angle brackets just write class and just give the data type, which is T in my case I'm giving. Then you will give the class name. So I'm I'm calling my class name as maths class, for example. And in this class, for example, I have two variables. One, so because I have this data type in my initialization of my class template, I can use this t to define my variables. For example, a comma b, for right. So this t will be replaced by whatever initialization you will give to this t. For example, int or float or whatever, right? Now I will define a public method, public, and I will define the constructor to the class math, and this constructor, for example, will take two arguments, and I will pass t because t is my data type, and this t is the data type of a and b. So I can define t x. X is my variable name, argument name, and t is the capital T is the data type, right? And I can initialize this, and I can then just say a is equal to x and b is equal to y. Okay, this is simple function or a constructor, right? We are initializing the constructor with two arguments, and we are just setting the value of a and b to these from these arguments, right? Now, for example, I want to calculate the maximum of these two values. So once again, I will take t and I will define a function called max value, and then I will close this. Okay. But for defining this function implementation, what you need to do is, as in class function implementation or class member function implementation, what you do is you just write the name of the class, for example, math class, and then with these colon values you can call your functions like this, right? But because we are using class templates in our case, this will be, for example, returning t here, and whenever you use class template you need to define this signature of the class template everywhere. Okay, so in here above your function you need to give this template, as we have seen in the last videos that whenever we define function template we need to use this keyword in the angle bracket. We need to pass this class and the data type whatever uh, which depends upon us, right? In addition, you also need to give t here. Okay, so this tells this C++ that we are using the member function of a class with this data type. Okay, so don't forget to initialize the member function with this template keyword, and don't forget this angle bracket and the data type. Okay, now I can just return maximum value, right? And I can calculate the maximum value by ternary operator. If a is greater than b question mark, which decides, then I will return a, otherwise I will return b. Okay, now in order to use the instance of the class to instantiate our class, you may think that I can just use this math class here in my main, and I can define object like this. But let's see what happens. When I compile my program, it will give me an error here because this error, and let's see what is the error first. This error says expected semicolon, so I haven't given semicolon or what. Yeah, So it's giving me some weird error, and this is because whenever you use class template, you don't ever forget this angle bracket with your data type t in here, uh, and this t will be replaced by the value or data type you want to pass. For example, you want to pass two integers. This int will be replaced here int, and this two will be instantiated. This two a and b variable will be instantiated as an int variable, and then we can call this math or max value member function to calculate the maximum of the value, right? So I can give, for example, 45 comma 67, and then because it's returning something to me, I can just calculate this max value, right? So I can just see out, not here but here, see out, and I can call this member function here, and I can use this instance of the class or object of the class to print this, right? So now I compile my program and hopefully it will work, and I will run my program and it gives me maximum value is 67, which is true. Now in order to instantiate these a and b as double values, you just need to write double here, and you can just pass two double values, point something and 67 point something, right? Compile it and run it, it will give the answer, right? So don't forget some basic things, that class template is instantiated like the function templates with this template keyword and these angle brackets and your data type. And whenever you declare or whenever you provide the definition of your function, member function of a class, don't forget this template either there also. And whenever you define member function, you need to add this angle bracket with this data type with your uh, class. Okay. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can use template specialization with class templates. So let's get started. So I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to create a class template. So I will create a template, and this will have the class T, capital T, and then I'm going to make a class and I will name it as char finder class, for example. Okay, and this is just going to have a public constructor. So I'm just going to make a constructor, and I will initialize this constructor as T, and what I'm going to do in this constructor is I'm just going to print some message. I'm just going to print cout, and I'm going to print um, a, and then is valid or is not a valid char. Okay, and I'm going to end line. This is the simple class which is a template class, and T is the data type here. And suppose I want to specialize a template class. A specialization means you can redefine a class to specialize in some particular data type. Okay, so for example, I want to specialize my char finder class uh, in order to find a character or specialize in character. So what I can do is I can just redefine my class, but I can say C++ that I want to specialize my other class which has the same name with a character specialization. And how you can make this other class as a character specialization template class, you just need to remove this in this template declaration. You just need to remove any declaration in the angle brackets. Okay, so just leave this template and these angle bracket blank, and this says C++ that we are going to make this class as a specialization of some class. And how we can specialize our class? We can just specialize our class by giving or specifying the specific data type to a value. So now this will not be T, but for example char. Okay, char A, and now A is a valid character, right? So in this way you can specialize your class in a particular for a particular data type, right? So this is for general template, and this is a class template which specialize in character data type. Okay, and in order to use this class, what we can do here is we can I will just make it a little bit concise so that we can see all the code. And what we can do, we can declare the instance of our class, and in the bracket we can say char, and when you give here char, it says that you are going to define the specialization instance of the class. So I can just define char cha with or cha1 with a character. So this character can be capital A, for example. And once again I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this, but instead of char, for example, I use int, and int can be 23, for example, or float, and float can be 23.44, and let's see what happens. I will just compile my program and hopefully it will not give any error, and it's giving error. Let's see what's the error. Yeah, so error here is whenever you leave these template angle bracket blank, you need to tell the data type to this class in which you are specializing. So you need to give here angle bracket, and then here you need to write the data type in which you need to specialize your class. So leave this template angle bracket blank, but after your class name you just need to give the data type, which is char in our case, right? So compile the program, and then it's yeah, so this instance has to be different here, different uh, variable name of instance name, right? And hopefully it will compile this time, and it's compiled, and I will run it, and this time it says A is a valid char, 23 is not a valid char, 23.44 is not a valid char. So what it has done, when you define this instance of char finder class in specialized in character, which is this one, then it goes to this class, right? Because this char or this class specialized in character class. So when you declare here char, your instance will know that it's a specialization of this template class. So it will print this message, it will implement this class implementation, or otherwise in any other condition it will take t as a data type and it will go to this class, which is our general template class, right? So in this way you can specialize your class in order to perform a certain task for a particular data type. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how you can create a file in C++ and write in this text file in C++. So there are three classes in C++ which you can use to input and output characters into a text file. And these three files are, first is called ofstream, which is a class which you can use to write on a file. Second class is called ifstream, which you can use to read from a file. And third class is called fstream, which you can use to read and write from a file or to the file. So we are going to use this third class, which is fstream. Okay, so what we are going to do, first of all we need to include this fstream class into our project. So just include this fstream into your project. Now in order to create a file, we already know that we need to use this class called ofstream. So just take ofstream in order to create a text file, and first of all we will create an instance of this ofstream. For example, I can name my instance as my file or simply file. It depends upon you what name you want to give to your instance. Now in order to create a file, you just need to take this instance, then dot, and you need to call the inbuilt function called open, which takes constant character string as an argument and which we will give as the name of the text file. So for example, I can say my text dot txt will be the name of my file, and whenever you open your file or create a file, you just need to close it in order to, safely close your file. So always remember, whenever you open a file, you need to close it. This is a rule of thumb, and it doesn't take any argument. Okay, I will compile my program. It compiles successfully, and what I need to do is I will go to my project folder. So this is my project folder. It will contain my project file and a folder called bin, which contains the binary file. In this bin there will be a debug folder if you are in debug mode, or a release folder if you are in release mode. So I'm in debug mode, so this will be the folder where my executable file resides, and this is my executable file. And watch carefully what happens when I run this program from here. And I have used stdcin.get to pause the screen, otherwise screen will disappear as soon as it goes out of scope. So I have included this intentionally to pause the screen. Okay, so I will go to the executable file in the folder and I will just double click it, and it doesn't output anything to the terminal, but you can see it has created a file called text file, which is blank right now. So it's blank right now, right? Once again, I will delete this my text.txt file and I will run it once again and watch carefully here. Double click and it has created a text file here. Okay. Now once you have created a text file, you can write into the text file simply by copying the instance of this, and between open and close functions you just need to insert some text. So just take the instance called file and just use this brackets or triangular brackets or whatever you want to say there, and then you can just give your string or sentence here. So this is my first text file, and in order to change the line you just need this backslash and n, and this backslash and n will change your line on which you are working on. So for example, I want to create some other line. I can just copy it and copy it. So then I will be having 4 lines, one below another, if I use this slash n. So let's see what happens if I don't use this slash n, and I will just use line 1, 2, 3 and 4, and I will compile my program and I will go to the folder where my binary is once again. Once again I will check there is no text in this text file, right? Now I'm going to run this file. So I will run this, double click it and it runs, and now I'm going to open my text file once again, and you can see it has my text, but this text is in one line and it's not changing the line which I want, right? So in order to change the line you just need this backslash once again and n. So this backslash n will change your line. This simply means next line. Okay, compile your program and I will run it once again and open my text file once again, and now I have 4 lines, one below another, right? Now in this way you can create a file and write into the file, but generally there is one more good practice people use, which is this one. So whenever you open your file, always check if the file is open and then perform some activity on that file. So just use if and then just check the condition if this file dot just call is open, is underscore open, and this is a function which returns a boolean value, true or false, and if the file is open it returns true, or if the file is closed it returns false. So always check whether your file is open, then only perform some action to this file. Okay, so it's a good practice to check whether this file is open first and then perform some activity. And there is one more thing, you don't even need to use this extra line to create a file, which is file.open. This is of course more explanatory as a code, but in order to create a file you can just create it with the creation of instance. You don't even need this line in order to create the file. So this will work fine and it will create a file and it will write the text file once again, text in it once again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to compile this, go to the folder. I will delete this file once again, and I will run it once again. And terminal is not showing anything because we are not printing anything to the terminal, but we are creating this text file, right? I'll open this text file. Once again, it has the same text, but these are the some good practice. Always check whether your file is open and then perform the action on this file always. Okay, and it's better to include this close code inside your if condition, so that as soon as the writing into the file is complete, it flushes all the file streams, and it flushes all the characters in this file. So in this way you can create a text file using C++ and write in it. Hello guys, in the last video I have shown you how to create a text file using C++ and how to write into that text file using C++. Now in this video I'm going to show you how to read from a text file and show it on your terminal using C++. So this was the code I have shown you in the last video, and I have shown you these three classes which are used to create or read from a file. And I have shown you whenever you want to write into the file, you use this class called ofstream, and whenever you want to read from a file, you need to use ifstream class. So in this video we are going to use this class called ifstream, which is used to read the data from a text file. So let's get started. I will just comment this earlier code, and I will write a new code to read from a text file. Now I'm going to use the text file I have created in the last video to read from it. So this was the text file. I am now in my project folder, and this is the text file in my project folder, which is present in my project folder, and this contains 4 lines which are like this, and I want to read each line, and I want to print each line on my terminal. How can I do it? So let's see how can we do it. So first of all, as I have told you, you need to use ifstream, but before that I'm going to declare a string variable to store every line which we are going to read. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to include one more class which is called string, which will help us to use strings. Okay, so just include strings, and I'm going to add a string variable string, and I will call it line. Okay, and in the next line, to read the file, I'm going to use if stream class, and once again I'm going to name my file as file underscore, for example. This depends upon you. Whatever name you want to give to your file, you can give it. But now the text file name, this text file name should be same as present in your project folder over wherever your file is. Okay, so my text file name is my text, and when I go to the property, I can see this is a .txt file, right? So I'm going to just take the same name as my file name, and then what I need to do, I need to open this file. So I will just check if this file is open. So this line has opened this text file, but I want to make sure that file is open and then only I will read the data from this text file. So I will check in the next last video also I have shown you this method to check whether file is open or not. So you just need to take the name of the file and then write dot is underscore open, and this method will return a boolean value. So it will give you true or false. If the file is open, it will return true, or in any other case it will return false. Okay, and at the last of the file, when you are done with reading, you need to close the file. So in order to avoid any mistakes, I will just close my file. I will write the code to close the file first, and then we are going to perform our code inside this if condition. Now in order to read the file line by line, there is a function in the string class called getLine. So I will use a while loop, while, and there is a function called getLine which takes two arguments. This is the overloaded function, and what we can do is we can pass two arguments in this. First is the file instance we have created, which is this one, file underscore, and the second argument is the line, which is a string variable, right? And what this getLine function will do is it will read this file line by line and then transfer into this string variable line by line. Okay, so what it's going to do, it will read the first line, it will transfer into this variable called line, and whatever we want to do with this line, it will we can do, and then it will go on reading line by line until the end is reached. Okay, and what we are going to do in this while loop is we are just going to output these lines. So I will just use std cout, and then I will just print this line, which is our string variable, and then I'm going to just print next line. So I can just use this \n to change the line, right? If you remember in the last video I have shown you this. Okay, now in any other case, if the file is not open, I can just show else, and I can just print out the message that file is not open, right? So I can just print out here file is not open. Okay, now I'm going to run this program and let's see if it gives the same result which is present in the file or not. So our file is this one, you can see here, and I will close the file to avoid any clashes, and I will compile my program first, which is compiled fine, and I'm going to run my program, and it reads the same data which is there in your text file, which is this one, right? So this is one method to read line by line from a text file. Now for example, you want to read a custom data from a file. For example, we have a custom data. For example, we have a student name whose ID is 1, name is Mark, and for example his age is whatever 14, ID 2, and name Tom, and the age is 15, 3, name is John, and the age is 14, for example. Now this is a custom data which is present in my text file, whose first word is integer, second word is string, and third word is integer once again. This can be double, float, or anything, right? And I will just save this data here. So this data is now saved, and I will just close this file. And to confirm this, I will reopen this, and this data is there. I want to read this data one by one. How can I read this? I can just create, uh, I'm going to just delete these two lines, and what I can do is I can create three variables: int id, which is an integer, then std string, and this will be the name of the student, and int age, this is the age of the student. And instead of using this getLine function, which was the inbuilt function in string class, what we can do is we can just use this file. And if you remember, when we were writing in the file, we use this kind of angle brackets, right? Now in order to read from a file, we will just revert these angle bracket as we do in C input or CIN. So just use file and then just use these angle brackets which we use in CIN. And to write the data, we use the angle bracket which we use in Cout, right? So to remember this, just remember that whenever you want to write, you use the angle bracket similar to Cout, and whenever you want to read from a text file, you use the angle bracket which you use in CIN. Okay, so file, and then give your ID here, ID variable. Once again, give the name variable, and once again give the age variable. Okay, and what will this will do is it will also read your text file line by line, and the first word will be stored in this ID variable, the second word will be stored in the name variable, and the third word will be stored in the age variable, like this. And in order to print this, just you can just print out this using cout, and here you can just print id, and you can just give this space here. In a similar way, just print name, give this space here, and then print the age, and then we will change the line. Okay, now I'm going to compile this program. Hopefully it will not give any error, and when I run this program, it gives me the same data which is there in this text file, right? So in this way, this is the second way of reading custom data. Now this data, it's not it's not mandatory to use the spaces here. You can use either comma, for example, like this, and whenever you compile and run the program, it will give the comma separated values like this. or you can give any other values, for example pipe, or any other value, for example hash, and hash, it will give this hashes in between them. So in this way you can read the custom data from the text file and show it on the terminal. So I Hello guys, welcome once again. Till now we have been learning some of the very basic and core functionality in C++. But with time, C++ has also evolved as a language. And in 2011, C++ has, or ISO, which is responsible for regulating C++ standards, has released a newest version of C++, which we call C++11. And in this C++11, some of the very newest features and very good features were introduced by the C++11, and I'm going to show you how you can enable C++11 in CodeBlocks. Because first of all, if you want to learn more about C++11 or other things, you can just go to Wikipedia and search for C++, and you can see here in the standardization, in 2011 there was a stable release by ISO in 2011. There is a C++ 14 version also, but it's a working draft, so it's still not officially released. So right now we are using 2011 or C++11 as the standard. So in code blocks, by default C++11 features are not enabled. For example, in C++11 there was a feature introduced called auto, and this auto is just like this. There is a keyword called auto which works like default data type. So for example, I can just declare a variable with a data type auto, and with the initialization of this variable, the data type of the a, or what data type of variable a, will be recognized. For example, I initialize this a by 42, then the data type for a will be replaced automatically as int, or I can just declare a second variable called b and dot, for example 2, and this data type will be automatically taken as a float value. So this auto means automatic data type, and it depends upon the initialization of the variable, uh, how you initialize this variable, then it's replaced. Auto can recognize that you initialize this b by a float value or integer value or a string value, and it initialize or replace this auto by this appropriate data type. But when you go on to compile this program in code blocks specifically, I'm saying this, when you compile this, it will throw an error, and this error is the file requires compiler and library support for ISO C++ 2011 standards, right? Which is not by default enabled in your code blocks. So in order to enable your C++11 in code blocks, what you need to do is you just need to go to this settings ribbon here, settings ribbon, or whatever you can say, settings tab here. Just go to settings and then go to compiler here, and in the compiler go to compiler setting, which is this one, and make sure this selected compiler is GNU GCC compiler, and go to compiler settings here, and in here go to compiler flags, and in this compiler flags in all category you will be able to find, when you scroll down a little, you will be able to find C++11 standard here. So this is the standard we are looking for. Have G++ follow the C++11 ISO C++ language standard, which is this one. Just check this checkbox here, which is once again have G++ follow the C++11 ISO standard or ISO C++ language standard. Just check this checkbox and click OK, and then when you recompile this program, I will recompile this program, and now this error is gone, right? So in order to compile these new features which are introduced in C++11, you need to enable the C++11 in your code blocks, and which I have shown you recently. I will be showing you how to use other features of C++11 in the later video, but I just wanted to show you in this video how you can enable C++11 in code blocks. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome once again. Till now we have been learning some of the very basic and core functionality in C++. But with time, C++ has also evolved as a language, and in 2011 C++ has or ISO, which is responsible for regulating C++ standards, has released a newest version of C++, which we call C++11. And in this C++11, some of the very newest features and very good features were introduced by the C++11, and I'm going to show you how you can enable C++11 in code blocks. Because first of all, if you want to learn more about C++11 or other things, you can just go to Wikipedia and search for C++, and you can see here in the standardization in 2011 there was a stable release by ISO in 2011. There is a C++ 14 version also, but it's a working draft, so it's still not officially released. So right now we are using 2011 or C++11 as the standard. So in code blocks, by default C++11 features are not enabled. For example, in C++11 there was a feature introduced called auto, and this auto is just like this. There is a keyword called auto which works like default data type. So for example, I can just declare a variable with a data type auto, and with the initialization of this variable, the data type of the a or what data type of variable a will be recognized. For example, I initialize this a by 42, then the data type for a will be replaced automatically as int, or I can just declare a second variable called b and dot, for example, 2, and this data type will be automatically taken as a float value. So this auto means automatic data type, and it depends upon the initialization of the variable. How you initialize this variable, then it's replaced. Auto can recognize that you initialize this b by a float value or integer value or a string value, and it initialize or replace this auto by this appropriate data type. But when you go on to compile this program in CodeBlocks specifically, I'm saying this, when you compile this, it will throw an error, and this error is the file requires compiler and library support for ISO C++ 2011 standards, right? Which is not by default enabled in your code blocks. So in order to enable your C++11 in code blocks, what you need to do is you just need to go to this settings ribbon here, settings ribbon or whatever you can say, settings tab here. Just go to settings and then go to compiler here. And in the compiler, go to compiler setting, which is this one, and make sure this selected compiler is GNU GCC compiler, and go to compiler settings here, and in here go to compiler flags, and in this compiler flags in all category you will be able to find, when you scroll down a little, you will be able to find C++11 standard here. So this is the standard we are looking for. Have G++ follow the C++11 ISO C++ language standard, which is this one. Just check this checkbox here, which is once again have G++ follow the C++11 ISO standard or ISO C++ language standard. Just check this checkbox and click OK. And then when you recompile this program, I will recompile this program, and now this error is gone, right? So in order to compile these new features which are introduced in C++11, you need to enable the C++11 in your code blocks, and which I have shown you recently. I will be showing you how to use other features of C++11 in the later video, but I just wanted to show you in this video how you can enable C++11 in code blocks.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C++ programming for beginners. And in this video we will see what are vectors in C++ and how we can use vectors in C++. So what is a vector? A vector is a sequential container, same as an array. So array can contain more than one element of same data type at the same time. Similarly, you can use vector to contain collection of data which is of same data type. But there is a difference between the simple array and the vector. And the difference is, whenever you declare a simple array like this, you need to define the size of the array or initialize with some size. And it's really hard to change the size of the array or simple array dynamically. But vectors, whenever you use vectors, you can change the size of these vector dynamically. Okay, so that's the main difference between simple array and vectors. But in addition, vectors comes with their own functionality or functions which can be used in much broader way than a simple array. So let's see how we can declare a vector. So to declare a vector, you need to include a vector library. So include vector, and then to declare a vector you just need to call std vector, and then in these angular bracket you need to give the data type. So if I want to have the collection of integer value, I will give the data type int or std string. I need to give the string library, add the same string library here, but you understood the concept, right? Or float values or something like this. So for example, I want to have a vector of integer values. Then comes the name vec, and just you can end it with semicolon. Otherwise you can initialize it with some value. So if you initialize this vector by 10, it means that it has the initial size of 10, so you can store 10 values. Or you can initialize vector with no value, and we can add these values dynamically. So to add values to a vector, you just need to have the name of the vector dot push back, and this is the method which we use to add the element to the vector from the back, so from the end of the vector, right? So now what we are going to do is we are going to add some element to it. For example, we want to add a value of 10 here. So the first value of this vector is 10, and we can add in a similar way different values, for example 20, 30 and 40. So similar to arrays, the index of the vector start from 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now in order to get the size of the vector, so I told you their size can be changed dynamically. So now the vector size becomes 4, right? So let's print the size of the vector now, int, and then we can write vector size is equal to, and then we can use this vector name dot, there is a function called size which we can use to print the size of the vector. So now whenever you run the program, you see the vector size is equal to 4. And let's see, we will place this vector size here, and let's see whenever we add two values what is the size of the vector, and then whenever you have 4 values. So the vector size, whenever we add 2 values, the vector size is 2, and after adding 2 other values, the vector size is 4. So its size is changing dynamically, right? Now to iterate or to access the values in the vector, you can use simple for loop. For example, for int I is equal to 0, I should be less than the size of the vector, which is this one, right? So size of the vector we can get it from here, and I plus plus, right? And you can iterate over this vector like this. So we will just write vector, and then the index, I told you index start from 0, and then in here we will give some space, and then we can access the value using these square brackets and then the index. Okay, similar to arrays. And here I forgot these, and run the program, and it prints the index. So index 0 value is 10, index 1 value is 20, index 2 value is 30, index 3 value is 40, right? The same result you can get using the function called vector. So the name of the vector dot at, and this is also this takes the index of the element, and then using this also you get the same result. So run the program and you get the same result. Now to erase any value from a vector, you can use a function, or you can use the function called erase. So my vect dot erase, and this erase, you can see when you hover over this, it takes the position of the element you want to delete. Now there is a trick to erase the element. So there is something called iterators, which I will teach you in some other video. But whenever you do something like vec dot begin, it means that you want to give the iterator from the starting. So this is the indicating the start position of the vector. So for example, I want to delete this 10, which is at index 0, which is the first value of the vector. This will indicate the first value of the vector, right? So let's try to erase the first value, and then we will iterate over the vector once again, right? So now let me give some space also, so that we know that this is okay. So we have given some space here, and now we will run the program. And now you can see the initial size of vector was 4, and the values were 10, 20, 30, 40. But after erasing the first value using my vector dot erase, and in argument my vec dot begin, it has deleted or erased the first value, which was 10, from the vector. In a similar way, you can use my vec dot end to delete the last value. For example, we want to delete this 40, which was the last value we have inserted. Then run the program, and now I think it has deleted, it will delete the last value. But there is some problem here, and the problem is you can't use AND directly, but what you need to do is you just need to write my vec dot begin, and then give the or add the index which you want to delete. So for example, I write begin dot 2, and now when I run the program, you see it has deleted the second index value, right? So the value at second index is 0, 1, 2. So the value at index 2 is 30. So if you want to delete the value at index 2, then you just need to write begin plus 2. Similarly, whenever we write begin plus 3, so the value at the starting plus the value you want to delete, so index of the value you want to delete. So if you want to delete the value at index 3, then you just write begin plus 3. Okay, run the program, and it deletes the last value like this. Okay, now for example, you want to delete the value on the basis of the value. For example, you want to delete the value 30 from the vector. How you can do it? What you can do is we will add another library to remove which includes this include algorithm, which has the method called std remove, and then we are going to copy this arrays function once again, and in here in the arrays we will write some arguments. So this argument will be std remove, and so this is a function which we can use to remove some value from a vector, right? And in here it takes 3 arguments: the first value, the last value, and the value itself, right? So inside this std remove, you just give myvec dot begin comma, and then just copy the vector name dot end and the value you want to delete, right? So we want to delete the value 30, so next argument will be 30, because we want to delete based on the value of the vector, right? And then just after the ending of the remove, you just need to write comma, and then once again myvec dot end, and I'm going to comment this and run the program, and this has removed the value 30 from our vector, right? So we have no value 30. Okay, so we have seen how to erase value, how to erase value based on the value. So how to erase on the basis of index, how to erase on the basis of value, like this. Now if you want to erase all the values from the vector, or if you want to clear the vector, so you want to delete all the values from the vector, what you can do is I'm going to comment this out, and what I'm going to do is to remove all the values from the vector. I can just use the vector name dot clear. Okay, and what this basically do is it will clear all the values from the vector, and that means there will be no values whenever you call this method on the vector will be empty. Okay, so run the program, and for the first time it has the 4 value, but after deleting or clearing this vector we have nothing inside our vector, so it hasn't printed anything. So for example, if we call this size of the vector after clearing this data, after this myvec.clear, it will show that the vector size is equal to 0 now, right? So this you can call whenever you want to delete everything from the vector. Now there is a function to check if your vector is totally empty or not, and this method is called vec.empty, and it returns the boolean value. So you can just write myvec dot empty, myvec.empty, and this returns a boolean value, true or false. So to check whether your vector is empty or not, we can just write is vector empty. We are checking if the vector is empty, and run the program, and it returns 0, right? So whenever it returns 0, it means your vector is not empty, right? Now whenever we uncomment this clear function on the vector, now see the result. Is vector empty? It returns 1. 1 means yes and 0 means no, right? 1 means true and 0 means false. So now after clearing all the values from the vector becomes empty, so it will give 1. And whenever we comment this, so we are not clearing the values, all the values, and run the program, it says is vector empty, it returns 0. So it says no, vector is not empty, it has some value, because we haven't cleared all the values from the vectors. So there are many functions in this vector class which you can use. So you can just write your vector name and dot, and you can see there are so many method to erase and empty data. You can see add, back, pop back. So there are so many function which you can use from this vector class. So just choose a function and try to use it in your in your program, and you will be good to go, because practice is the thing which will make you perfect. Hello guys, welcome to the next video tutorial on C++ programming for beginners, and in this video we will see what are STD maps and how to use maps in C++. So first of all, what is a map in C++? So map or maps are associative containers that stores element formatted by combination of key values and the mapped value. So unlike vectors, which maintains their values on the basis of index, the maps maintains their values on the basis of key. So maps are associative containers, and if you know or if you have learned about associative arrays or associative sets, you know that in association of sets or arrays, there is a key, and on the basis of key you can assign the value to a container. Now let's see how we can declare a map in C++. So to include a map, what you need to do is you need to include a library called map. So include map. Okay, and now to declare a map, you can just declare a map using std map, and then in these angular brackets you can define your key and value data types. So first argument in this angular brackets is the key data type. For example, we can define a key data type as integer like int, or float, or std string. It can be, key can be anything, string, character, integer, or float. Now for our example, we will define key as integer and the value as, for example, string. Okay, so suppose we want to make a map of some student based upon their ID. Okay, so using this map we can do this. So ID we will save in the form of integer, and that will be the key of our map, and the names we will save as strings, right? And let's name our map variable as name map. Okay, now to use map or to insert values in the map, it's very simple to insert value in a map like this. So just take a variable, and then in the square brackets you just provide the key, because our first element or first data type here we have defined is the key data type. So key is integer in our case. So in this square bracket we define the key. For example, key is equal to 1, and then we define the value after equal to. So we will assign the value to this key, which is 1. For example, Tom. And in the same way we can add more elements to the map. Okay. So now we have defined a map of some values, and here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are called the key of our map, and the names are called values, right? Now depending on the key we can access the values. For example, we want to access the value of the map where key is equal to 4. Okay, so we can just write std cout and the name of our map variable, so name map for example, and then you can just call this key using the square bracket, for example 3, and then once again std end line. Okay, and now once I run the code, it gives me the value mark, right? Because key I have associated to mark is 3. Now because maps are associative, you cannot provide the duplicate key to two values. So for example, someday you decide that we will assign key 4 or key 4 the name John and the name some other name also. Okay, so in this case the first assignment will be valid. So there are no duplicate keys, or you cannot create duplicate keys inside a map. Okay, so for example, I will try to access the value of name map 4 and run the program. It will only give me the last assigned value, okay, and not the previous values. Okay, so it's not possible to have two similar keys, because you cannot duplicate keys in map, right? Because they are associative. Now in order to iterate over the map, what you can do is you can use a iterator. So there is a special class iterator, and using which you can iterate over the map. So using for loop, you just need your map like this, and then just give colon and iterator, and then you give some value to your iterator is equal to map, so your map name, and then dot begin. Okay, and in the same way you can provide the end. So this it should not be equal to name map dot end, and then it plus plus. Okay, so this is called the iterator, and we can iterate over these values like this. So first of all, in the iterator, we can print the key using this iterator like this. So just copy the iterator, and the key is accessed by the function called first, okay, and the value is accessed by a function called second, okay. So this is key and the value is it dot second, and here we can make it little bit fancy like this, okay. And now when I run the program, it gives me error because this is a pointer, so I should use these arrows here instead of dot notation. And now when I run the program, I can print the values with keys and values. So key is equal to 1, then the name associated with this key is Tom. When key is equal to 2, name associated with is Max. Key is equal to 3, name associated with it is Mark, like this. So it will iterate over whole map and show you the values, right? Now you can also print the size of the map like this. So the name of the map dot size, okay, and this function will give you the size of the map. So let's print the size. So I can just write map size and then I can run the program, okay. So just run the program, and here you can see map size is equal to 5, right? Or I can just provide this equal to sign and then run it once again, and it says map size is equal to 5, okay. So the size function gives you or returns you the size of the map. Now there is another function called arrays, or first let's see the function called clear. And clear, as we have seen in vector, it clears the map. So now you will after clearing the map, you will just empty your map. So I will call this clear here, and then we check the size of the map after clearing the map, and the result will be 0. Okay, so map size becomes 0 after clearing your map. So it deletes all the key value pairs, okay. Now there is an other way to insert the values to a map, right? And that is, let me comment this, and that is using a function called insert. So just the name of your map dot insert, and it takes a pair. So there is something called std pair, and using this std pair you can create a pair of two data types. So our pair is integer and string pair because our map is, you see, integer and string pair, right? So I will give the integer and string pair here, and then in the brackets you can give the key first and then the name, okay. So the name, right? Now in the same way you can provide or insert other values to the map. Insert key pair and 7, and when I run the program it will print this other values in the map, or it will add these other values with key 6 and 7 to the map, okay. Now for example, you want to search something inside a map. How can you do it? there is a function which you can call over your map, and that's called a find function. Okay, so for that, for finding something inside your map, what you need to do is you need to define a iterator like this. We have defined it here, so we will define an iterator, and that we can assign the value which we find using a function called find. So map dot find, and for example you want to find the key 5 inside the map. Okay, so you can find this key, and then you can print this key using this iterator. So you can just print this like this, and I will name it as key found, and the iterator it, and then your value, so second, because second, as we have seen in this for loop, indicates the value. Okay, so it will find the value 5 inside your map and store it in this iterator, and using this iterator you can find the second value of this. So I will close this and run it once again, and you can see key found, and the value assigned to the key 5 is Patrick. You can see here also, right? There is other way which is a more direct way of doing the same, is you just need to copy this. So name map.find, and you can directly call second on this, and this will also give you the same result. So run it, and it will also give you the same result. Okay, now on this iterator, using this iterator, you can even delete the value after finding the value here. Okay, so for example, I want to delete the value where key is equal to 5. So what I can do is I can just call a function on this map called erase. So map dot erase, and then it. Okay, and this will erase the key value pair where value is equal to 5, because we are finding value here, right? Once again we will run our program, and now you can see here in the for loop it has printed all the values except the value 5, because we have already erased this value, right? Now there are some other interesting functions in map. For example, if you want to check if the map is empty or not, so you can just, I will just call is empty, and on the map you can just call this function called empty, map dot empty, and it gives you the value true or false, and if it returns true, then map is empty, otherwise it's not empty. So right now our map is not empty, so it returns 0, right? But for example, we clear our map. After clearing our map, clear, and now I'll run the program. Now it returns 1 because our map is empty, right? So in this way you can use map. There are so many functions related to map which you can explore. I just wanted to give you the basic overview of maps, so how they can be used. So just explore the other function related to map, and I hope you will be able to use this map inside your C++ code. I hope